Okay, so we pick up again in the cold expanses of the northern part of Parfunis. The snow is still coming down thick and fast. It's a difficulty really to cast your eyes down into this valley from the ridgeline, where you kind of finished up last time. Although you've got just enough visibility to make out the activity that apparently is unfolding down there. It seems like there's a kind of makeshift camp been set up from what appear to be sled-like vehicles. It seems they're in a kind of semicircle around what appears to be a rock face of sorts, where most of the activity is going on. Rulin, roll me a perception.
Perception. Ooh, that's a 10.
The kind of a strain of trying to make out what's going on down there and the heavy snow mask the sound of it until it's almost on top of you. But you hear something rustle behind you, and as you turn, you see behind you, about 40 meters back or so, a familiar creature. With nowhere to run, you reach for your weapons, but thinking fast on his feet, Havel stands up. Go get the fucking gnome. He dashes off towards this thing, yelling all sorts of expletives at it, and promptly disappears off into a snowstorm, and this thing bounds off after him.
Okay.
You'll probably be busy for potentially 1 hour, 1 session's worth of time.
That's handy.
What a coincidence.
Yes. Well, okay. Well, has no one in the camp, I guess, noticed the giant creature coming up?
No, the camp is down in this valley. It's a couple of 100 meters away, and the snow is, as I said, kind of masking a lot of the sounds for quite a distance around you. It's kind of eerily, spookily quiet. Actually, even with the kind of whipping of the wind, it still seems to be muffled in a way. The kind of sensation you can only really get in a thick snowstorm.
Well, we need to come up with some kind of plan. What was Torik's last message, Triss?
That he'd found something and he'd cut a deal with Quintilius, so I think we should be safe to approach. He did say he would find us, I think. Or no, he told us to come up, didn't he? I don't know. I can't remember. Slept since then.
Okay. Well, can we tell if they've got like a guard or like a patrol or anything going on?
So, from what you can see, there do seem to be a few kind of figures posted around the outside. Although the majority of these people seem to have their attention diverted towards whatever it is they're doing at the rock face.
Well,
Any way of sending
we'll
a message that we're
head
close by?
on down, I guess.
I don't know, do you?
I do
Rulin
not.
and Braxton turn and look at Triss.
Okay, let's just head down then in that case.
I'm
Could
pretty
do
sure
the
I
old
do.
sneak down kind of approach, but if Torik's telling us that he's struck a deal, maybe we should trust him and just make ourselves known.
Yeah.
All stick close together, just in case it is an ambush.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, so you take a look down the kind of the face of this ridge line that's leading down towards the valley, and it seems to be traversable. It seems to be less steep than the side you'd previously ascended. So with a bit of caution, you guys start to make your way down. Meanwhile, Torik, you've had a few days now in this camp, and from what you've seen of it, the work is going along steadily, but it's slow. Whatever the contraption is they've got working on this door is not reliable. It seems there's a fairly large maintenance effort keeping this thing operational, but for all its mechanical woes, it does seem to be doing the job. At this point, you can see that the majority of the kind of the metal hinge work keeping this giant door anchored into the rock face has been cut through. It won't be long now until the thing is fully opened. But as you're
I think
sitting there
that's-
trying
Hang on,
to
that's
grasp
guy
what
disconnecting.
is it? Well, I'll have to come back to that and see if you heard any of that.
There he is.
Here he is.
Hey, guy, did you get any of that last bit?
Not really. You guys kind of went quiet, and it was really weird for me because it was just at the moment where you were like, "Oh yeah, it's a tricky one. How are we going to approach this?" And then you guys went quiet and were quiet. I was like, "This is really weird. Are you guys still thinking of a plan?"
No, so but basically, I'd kind of done a little cutaway to you, and your kind of past couple of days in this base camp, watching the work go by, saying how the contraption has been, not particularly reliable, but by now the door is almost open. There's only a small amount of cutting left to do. But you've noticed the weather has been, increasingly severe around you. The sledges that have been kind of pulled up into a kind of protective semicircle are now kind of starting to amass some snowdrifts to their kind of wind-facing sides. But thankfully, the little contraption of yours is still puffing out smoke and keeping enough heat flowing so that it's coupled with your kind of survival gear that you've been given. There are no adverse effects of the weather, but you can see that some of the other workers who are actually kind of dealing with this big steel door, kind of shivering and trying to stamp their feet and stimulate the blood flow in their extremities. But looking at it, you can see that it's probably not going to be too long now until this door is freed from its hinges.
Yeah, putting my hands under my armpits, I'm just going to come up to one of them and just be like, "How much longer do you reckon?"
So a technician kind of looks up to you. He's clearly been fiddling with some of the pipe work going into this device. We're nearly there. It'll probably be done in the next hour or two.
Good. Hate
You,
this place.
join the queue, pal. The dwarf is clearly wearing significantly inferior cold weather gear than you are, but you've kind of caught on that the workers are trying their best to get this done quickly so they can all get in and find some shelter from the elements. You cast your eyes up, and this kind of bright blue jet of what you would suspect to be, high intensity flame. It's just slowly eating away this metal. You can kind of see actually the steel is not just melting; it's actually burning. The kind of bright fizzly effects of almost like a sparkler as the steel burns. But as you're watching, you hear the kind of alarm get raised. One of the tribals shouts something, and the camp quite quickly comes to a state of alertness. Casting your eyes out over the valley floor, you see three individuals kind of working their way over to you guys. Now the rest of you hear this alarm go up as you make your way towards the camp, and you pull up just short of appears to be a little bit of a ravine in the valley floor, where you see a couple of the camp's guards have clearly sounded the alarm at your approach. They're quite big fellows. They probably are, you would estimate, about 6'4", 6'5"-ish. Each of them clad in quite thick fur, clearly taken from quite big creatures, and wielding a quite primitive looking but very very large axe each. But as of yet, they haven't really taken any aggressive actions towards you. But they've got their axes in both hands, kind of in a quite a wary stance as you draw nearer.
Is there a path across this ravine?
No, but it's only a short thing. It's probably about a 5-foot jump, maybe 10 in places.
Okay. I'll shout across that I believe we are expected.
One of them kind of turns to another, kind of grunts, and the third disappears back behind these sledges. A few moments pass of you guys tensely looking out across this ravine towards them. But then a figure appears, cloaked in a thick winter cloak over what appears to be a decorated breastplate underneath, wearing an iron mask. You recognize him as, well, I don't know if the name will mean anything to you. It's been a while, but the Wizard Wolfus.
Oh, it still means a bit.
Wizard. Didn't we fight him a long, long time ago?
Well, Braxton wouldn't know him, actually, would he?
Braxton wouldn't
No,
know him, actually. That was a good
Braxton
point.
doesn't know.
But the rest of you, at some point in your past, found yourselves on the wrong side of him and his dwarfs.
I'll, I guess, subtly lean to Braxton and just give him the quick lowdown. He's a wizard. He's ambushed us before. He's a bit of a nasty bastard. He's actually the one that enslaved Titus's tribe.
Oh, sounds lovely.
He comes across, and you don't really have any way of gauging a reaction underneath that mask, but he seems to have, composed himself again from perhaps any surprise of seeing you here. Well, guests at this hour at this particular place. I must say we haven't had any visitors, and we were not expecting any, but... Well, who am I to refuse to offer northern hospitality to those who may come to try and claim it? He gestures to his warriors. Come, boys. Let's have some fun. Everybody roll initiative.
Oh, shite.
Torek,
It's for me.
you kind of see this going down, and as the kind of warriors ready their axes and let out a cry, you kind of find your chance to slip away and come up behind these warriors as the technicians kind of scramble for a bit of cover in the other direction.
So much for us actually being expected there.
If only we had some sort of range support to shoot this wizard.
Oh, fuck. That stayed on 20 for so long, then rolled over to 4. God dang it.
Or, if only we had some sort of barbarian that had advantage in initiative. So
I messaged Chav, like, if you want to come back, now's a really good fucking time. Please.
Alrighty. Sorry, let me just... I've gotten into the habit of not storing these little initiative trackers down here, seeing as apparently you guys can fucking see them.
Oh, right. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Pick them up.
Wolfus?
Tribal 1, Tribal 2.
I thought it was Wolfus, like with an F. Like an OLF.
Not in my notes.
I guess I've never seen it written down before, so it's just...
Not in Crispy's name generator, it's not.
So it's only ever as I've written it down after you've spoken it. So
that's how it sounds. Wolfus.
Wolfus. You pronounce your THs as an F.
Where did I just put?
Wolfus.
So the chippy.
I think in future I'll just roll. I'll make these and keep in a bag or something.
Yeah, that'd work.
That would be easier.
Just search them out or something, couldn't you?
Alrighty, so sensing what's about to come, Triss, you don't wait for an invitation. You're up.
Cool. I am gonna cast Witch Bolt on Wolfus.
Mm-hmm.
And let me just double check.
I love that spell.
It's just my regular attack roll. $24.
24 will hit.
Okay. So 5d12. Wait, what? Is that correct? What am I looking at?
Our target hit takes 1d12 lightning damage at first level, so if you obviously had to upcast that, then yeah, it will be.
Yeah, it's at third level.
In which case it'll be 3d12.
The D&D Beyond's telling me it's 5.
At third level?
Is it third level? I don't know.
When you cast this spell using spell slot of second level or
my
higher.
bad.
Oh, 5th level. Yeah, okay, no, that's fine then.
25 damage.
25 damage. Alrighty, so...
and that maintains as well.
Yeah, it's concentration, isn't it?
Yeah. Yep.
Okay, so this kind of brilliant bolt of energy cuts out through the snow. You see some flakes kind of sizzle as it touches this beam. And it kind of catches him just above the knee. You can't see the kind of fur of his cloak sizzle and start to singe as this energy tries to burn its way in. Kind of recoils from that a little bit.
That'll be me.
Okay. Well, I don't know what to do here. Wait. Excuse me. Sorry, just having a coughing fit.
No worries.
You know what? I think I'm just gonna fucking full send. Straight up, and I'll leap across the crevasse.
So give me an acrobatics.
26.
Yep. So despite the icy rocks, you keep your footing and manage to get across, no drama.
And fucking spear leading the way, just like just as he's recovering from this little bit of a sizzle. It's just gonna follow up with a quick stab.
Sizzle and a stab.
Sizzle and a stab, make a kebab out of him. 27.
That hits.
Okay. 7. Ooh, max damage 15. And we'll attempt a stunning strike on that as well.
Alrighty. So DC 17.
16.
16. So he is. Hate to do it, Cal, but that's a legendary
axe. Yeah, of course it is. Of course it is. Not bad though. That's like fucking first success they've had in a while for stunning strike.
Yeah.
It's good to burn through legendary resistance as well.
Yeah. Well,
I like to
first,
imagine,
first fucking round of combat as well.
Like to imagine slapping the mask off his
And
face.
first attack, so it's not like that's the last thing you're going to do this turn.
No, I'm going to do the same thing again. Well, attempt to anyway. So second spear stab. Ooh, just as good. That's a hit.
Yep.
What's this 1d8 plus 7? 12 damage on that one.
Mm-hmm.
And fuck it, go stunning strike again. Might as well try and burn out those legendary resistances.
So he has just passed that.
Okay.
The armor being quite thick makes it quite hard to channel his your ki through it.
Fair.
Added to a layer of very thick fur in that coat.
Yeah. Okay. Flurry of blows. Let's do 2 straight up, and then I'll just fucking sort it out. That's a 16 and a 29.
Hit and a miss.
Hit and a miss. That's 12 on that one.
Okay. Yep. So
And then I'll do.
Punch.
I'll force him to not be able to take a reaction.
Okay. So following Triss's opening volley, you kind of speedily close the distance, and your assaults kind of keep this wizard on the back foot. He's really been relying on his armor so far. He hasn't even he's tried to, but failed miserably to parry any blows with his staff as you've put these spear and palm strikes in. But you can see he's kind of having to divert a lot of attention now to this assault.
So with no reactions, I'm gonna turn and quick leap back across. And just
acrobatics then.
Wait on the other side. Okay, go down. Yeah, easy.
Yep, no problems. Again, you keep your footing. A small hop being of little consequence to a monk of your stature.
And that's it.
So,
also, can I say, like from a perception point of view, do I see Torek over at the back here?
So the snow is falling very thick, very fast. It's quite hard to really see through it too much, so I would need a roll.
Okay. Oh, it's snowing. That is a 15.
So the diminutive nature of Torek, the fact that the snowdrift is currently up to his belly button, and the thick snowstorm mean that you do not see Torek at the back of this.
Fair.
In the same way, Torek, you can't really see your friends up ahead. You can just hear, the crackle of energy and the dinging of metal on metal up ahead.
Those are not good sounds.
You can probably just about see the back of this first tribal warrior. As I said, visibility is not very good at the minute. The weather is, just inhospitable up here. But with Rulan dashing back across the ravine, Wolfus has a bit of breathing room, but he kind of reacts quite instinctively. You can kind of hear a roar of rage as he outstretches his hand and casts Cone of Cold in a 60-foot cone, which I think is probably going to get all of you.
Ooh, yikes.
Yeah, so I need everybody to roll me a DC 17 con save, please.
Yeah, I failed that one miserably.
Not you, Guy, you're not in it. Sorry, I should have probably clarified that when I said everybody.
That's an 11. So
Sorry.
that's a no.
Alrighty, so I don't think anybody made that, did they?
No.
Nope.
Let me just figure out how much damage that is going to be.
Oh, that's a lot of dice.
Okay, so this burst of cold winds and just fragments of ice blasts across. Ruin, you being first in line, catch a lot of it. But Braxton and Triss, you're not spared. This is like a huge wave of cold energy. Thankfully for you guys, your cold weather gear holds up. You've paid the good money for this, and the tailors have clearly plied their craft well. So you are going to be resistant to cold damage wearing that. So you're only going to take half of that. So 19 apiece.
Nice.
Okay.
Let me just jot that down. Problem of manual note taking. I do actually have to do head maths.
Hang on. I'm resistant to magical damage as well. Which I only just remembered.
Does resistance stack?
I don't know.
Wow, that's. I don't know, because it's not. If it's magical damage, that's not necessarily cold damage as such, but I will admit that is a magical spell.
Sorry, it's resistance to damage from spells, is the wording.
Damage from spells, okay. In which case, then I suppose that probably would stack. I see no reason not to. So Braxton, then you in your thick plate and a kind of thick fur overcoat, combining that with your holy resilience, come out unscathed from that.
Nice.
But having bought himself a bit of time here, at least Orpheus starts to make a retreat through the snow. So Braxton, you're up.
Well, there's only one thing I can do. I'm going to move slightly over here, so we're a bit more spread out. I'm going to pick a spot within 120 feet, which is going to be right about here. Here to be safe. And then everyone within a 20-foot radius, which is everyone, needs to find the description of the thing.
I imagine it'll be a
Okay.
dex save.
DC 15 dex saving throw.
Alrighty, well, let's do it in order. So we'll start with Walthus. So he fails that. First tribal. He also fails that. Second one. He passes. And finally the third. Fails it. So roll me that damage.
So it is 66 and half on a pass.
So just roll 66 then. We'll
Once for everyone, yeah.
just apply it to all of them for keeping it streamlined.
Yeah. 21.
21 damage. Okay, so this hammer tosses from Braxton's hand, and as it goes through the air, you see the kind of face of it start to kind of gleam with energy, and as it draws closer to its target point, this energy seems to grow to a point where it's almost surrounded by like a corona of fire. And as it lands, this energy is just released in this brilliant shockwave. You see, like the snow is just kind of instantly scorched from its point of impact, and these quite surprised warriors are caught in the blast.
Nice. That's the end of my go.
Sorry, I was just checking about that spell slot.
Alrighty, well, surprised and kind of caught a little bit off guard by your fast reactions, the warriors are quite slow to react, but now that they could see that violence is happening, they spring into action and start to close the distance. Although this one hesitates at the jump. He's going to ready an action to attack anyone who comes near him. Second one, where is he? Going to give him a little acrobatics test. Okay, so going from a full run, the second warrior manages to make it across slightly diagonally. And as he lands behind you, Rulan, he kind of brings the axe down using that momentum of his jump to kind of add some force to the blow. So we'll roll that attack. And that is going to be a 27, so that hits. So you take 11 damage as this great axe kind of comes cutting down onto you. You try and parry it, but the force of the axe just forces your guard lower until the blade cuts in. Seeing that he's been successful with his first one, he presses forward his attack. However, this time he doesn't have as much luck as he brings the axe back up for another large chop. You kind of see it coming quickly. You fought around barbarians enough to know they enjoy using big overhead swings. It makes it quite easy to dodge them. And you quite easily sidestep it as it comes crashing down into the snow.
Wicked.
And then the final one is going to try and do the same thing. So he needs another jump. This one, however, doesn't have as much luck, so he falls a little bit on the landing. He manages to steady himself on the ledge. He doesn't quite fall, but he is going to be essentially prone for this next 6 seconds as he steadies himself and tries to find his feet once more. Tarek, you kind of see this wizard stagger backwards. The rest is still, just noise in the storm of kind of snow and increasingly hail. Actually, you kind of hear the ice shards hitting down onto the hood of your survival gear. But you know something is going down.
Shit. I'm going to move 5 spaces up because that's my max. And I'm going to be like, what's going on? Are we under attack?
Yes! God damn it, we're under attack! I should have known. He kind of looks at you, Tark, and roll me an intelligence. In fact, no, an insight would be more appropriate, I think.
Oh dear, Tarek does not have a good modifier when it comes to insight. I think I may have to genius point it. It's 12. 12 is alright. 12 is alright, isn't it? 12's alright.
If you say so.
Very convincing.
So again, you see no signs of telltale body language. The mask does a good job of it, expunging any facial expressions. But you detect from the tone of voice that he might be slightly irate with you at the minute, Tarek.
I'm gonna go. I'm gonna go. Do you need my help? Here, take this. It'll boost your abilities. And hold up a needle.
Oh no.
He is just gonna angrily firebolt you.
Damn it! Can I get a deception roll? Damn it! No.
His mind is made up, but still under the kind of the impact of that last explosion. His aim isn't quite what it is, and this kind of bolt of fire just streaks out and just evaporates a snowdrift slightly to your left, Tarek.
I still kind of want to try and fool him. I know he's just flamed me. Oh, I remember his model. I've just zoomed in and looked at him, and yeah, I remember fighting that guy. Shit, I'm probably not going to be able to convince him, am I?
It seems that he is fairly resolute in his action plan of putting you in the ground.
Yes, and I don't like that plan, if I'm honest. Not a fan. I'm going to... I am going to fire a boomer blade at him, aka I'm going to throw a dagger at him. Yeah. It's just the Torque way of doing things. That'll be a 23.
That's going to be a hit.
Phantasmo. Then it's 1d4 plus 4 damage. Nice. 5 damage.
5 damage, so in your panicked response to an unexpected firebolt, your aim with the boomer blade is shaky at best, but it's a snapshot, and you do kind of skim his arm, but it's not as nice as you would have hoped.
Just kind of sails on by him and embeds itself in a tree. I don't have the returning buffs at the moment. Yeah, I'll end my turn being like, "What the hell are you doing?" And end it there.
Alrighty. So, Triss, I'm also actually going to need a concentration check from you.
Yeah, I forgot about that. What do I need to beat for concentration?
It's like I think it'll be DC 10 because he didn't take too
Didn't take
much
more than 20
damage.
damage.
Yeah,
Yeah, I still failed that though.
still failed. Okay, so this kind of bolt of energy fizzles out as the cold kind of shocked you to your core, but you've also kind of started to lose track of what's going on beyond this ravine. The snow is just getting worse and worse. Visibility is kind of dropping by the minute here, or well, 6 seconds, I should say, rather than a minute, if we're going to be accurate. Just doesn't have the same ring to it.
So the fella that's prone, I am going to do the old favourite telekinesis on him.
Alrighty.
I can see where this is going.
Yeah. And then I would like to use this tribal warrior number 1 to bump into tribal warrior number 3 at
Alrighty, so
highest velocity I can manage.
he is going to need to roll for that, isn't he? The telekinesis. Is that strength?
So,
Or is it wisdom?
So, make an ability check with spell casting ability. Strength check, yep.
Strength, okay.
Yep.
So,
Oh.
luckily for you, Triss, he is way too busy trying to pick himself back up that you catch him completely unawares. Your telekinesis takes effect and you kind of raise him into the air.
I'm going to guess he had like a plus 12 to his strength or something as well.
It was a pretty high modifier. So yeah, he's now kind of suspended. So let me swap his little indicator. I suppose grappled's probably the closest we have.
Okay, so I can move him 30 feet.
So you wanted to bump him into Tribal Warrior 3.
Yeah, I'm gonna sort of bowling ball it, and I'm gonna keep him going like through the other side. So.
Alrighty. So actually, before you even do that, I'm going to actually roll a Wisdom saving throw for Tribal Warrior 3, who has just sprinted across and readied his axe. So he sees well, he doesn't notice his friend. He sees something hurtling towards him, kind of out of this snow from apparently a crouched, hidden position, and instinct kicks in. So he kind of takes a swing at this guy as he's going past. Unfortunately, or fortunately for him and his buddy, I guess, the force of your telekinesis, Triss, is too fast for him to really get his axe kind of fully swung around, and just before the blade bites, his buddy goes careening into him, and through. So they're both going to end up prone as you kind of knock them down with the force of the impact. Roll me a d12 bludgeoning damage for them, why not? They're big guys.
4.
4 damage to each of those two, okay.
I'll move myself up a little bit further as well. Yeah, that'll do for me.
Alrighty, Ruden. So you've just seen this debacle happen across from you, but you do have a problem of your own, slightly closer.
Okay. Well, how deep is the ravine?
Hard to say. The probably conservative estimate, you're looking at 25 feet.
Okay. Going to do a quick combat roll to get around this guy's flank.
Uh-huh.
And I'm just going to go straight up into a bonus action. Flurry of blows.
Okay.
And make a first attack against this guy.
Oh, that was almost
rolled from 15, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's a miss. It's plus 10.
So yeah, the palm strike just hits his chest, but nothing happens.
There we go. That's better. 28.
However, you use the kind of follow-up blow a lot more effectively, and get him just beneath the temple with a strong upward strike.
Should have
So that
tried
one
to.
connects.
Should have tried to stun him first. That doesn't matter. D8 plus 6. 13 damage on that. And going to attempt the old strength saving throw or get pushed backwards.
16 again.
Yeah, 16. Come on.
So you try and move this man mountain, but his feet are firmly planted in thick snow, and he is quite hefty.
Yeah, tried to
you get him
stun
to
first.
take like a pace backwards, but he holds his ground.
Okay, failing that, spin around the old spear and give him a stab. First attack. 28. And damage on it is, what is it again? Plus 8. Plus 7. 14.
14. Okay,
And
so you put the spear to good use, managing to get him just in the shin and give it a good twist as it goes in.
Fuck it, yeah. Let's try a stunning strike.
Stunning strike.
Hopefully his con is lower than his strength. But...
So he fails that.
Nice. I should have done that first, and then I could have auto succeeded me push back. Never mind. You live and you learn. So from the stun anyway, you'll auto fail dex and strength saves. Can I just try and push him?
Well, you've kind of used the action to make an attack, so it would have to be. You've already made one of those attacks.
Yeah, true.
And seeing as it is the one action.
Fair. Okay, let's follow up. A stab. Go straight for his fucking throat or something. 21.
Yep, so with your opponent dazed, you go in for a strike. A little bit of,
that's 13, sorry.
A little bit of hidden chainmail stops it going all the way in, but you start to see blood oozing down his neck.
Okay. I will. Right, so visibility is virtually. So, can I see Tribal Warrior 3 from here?
Yeah, visibility is probably like 30 feet, something like that. Clear, or at least clear enough that you would be able to identify them.
So, DM question: if I were to move around 30 feet, I would be essentially invisible from them, unless they made like a really good perception.
Yeah, they'd. I'd get you to roll stealth and then perception, but at more than that, they'd be rolling perception at disadvantage, and you with advantage.
So I used 10 feet to get to there. Probably just about make it to there with another acrobatics. Can I move through these bushes? Yes.
Yeah, these are trees, so they've
trees. All right, okay, yeah.
They're like
so
the fern trees, so they've got just the thick trunk underneath, and the branches start high enough up that you can go under.
An acrobatics then to get to there.
But if you would.
Pavel liked trees.
You say
It
it
will
like
be
he's dead. Oh shit! That's still a 14.
14. So you leap across, and as your foot goes kind of through the snow on your landing, you very nearly lose your footing as the terrain is uneven. But you very trained reflexes and good core strength mean you're able to kind of twist your body weight so that you keep the forward momentum rather than tipping backwards. So you're good.
I've never really looked at the long jump rules. I'm just having a look through it.
I don't use them because I don't really like them. Essentially,
fair enough. Because it's just like Well, I was
Is
just
there,
checking, like,
there is a rule. It's like strength, like
Yeah.
strength modifier in meters or something silly like that.
I was just curious to have a look at it then, like to see how long. It's calculated by your strength and shit, but yeah.
Yeah, but that's the thing, because like,
But it also doesn't make sense. Yeah, if you've got like
I
a really high
appreciate-
dexterous character, that makes no sense that they can't jump more.
that's the
than
thing. That's
you
why I
know,
don't
like-
like those rules, because like
Yeah.
athletics and acrobatics can often be,
It's-
used for the same task, because there are different ways of going about that task, and in the same way, I think jumping would be
Yeah, that's fair.
of a similar nature, especially in like slippy terrain like this.
Yeah.
Keeping your balance is going to be just as much a challenge getting over a small ravine like this than being able to leap 30 feet.
Exactly. Yeah. Okay.
Although being
Fair.
able to leap 30 feet would make it easier.
Yeah.
Give yourself enough of a margin for failure.
Yeah. Oh, did I not mention that my character is half fucking jumping tarantula or whatever box? Probably exists inside D&D, but yeah, that's the end of my turn anyway.
Alrighty. So Wolfus now, he is obviously face to face with you, Torek. He's not too happy with you, shall we put it that way. You led them to us! And he kind of extends a hand and kind of raises it to the sky. And he is actually going to cast Ice Storm on you guys. So these hailstones you've been experiencing, I feel like nothing in comparison, is probably about grapefruit-sized lumps of rock-hard ice starts to kind of plummet from the sky. So I'm going to need you to make a DC 17 Dex save, please.
Is that all of us?
No, just Guy.
Okay.
There is a nice storm upon me.
Hurrah.
I get a +4, so that is matching 17.
Okay, cool. So you're going to take half of the damage. Let me work that out. So 2d8 bludgeoning and 4d6 on a fail. So I'll roll that and just half it. So call that 15.
Ooh.
So Torek, this kind of barrage hits you a little bit. You manage to kind of get up your protective hood and kind of curl up a little bit, making yourself a smaller target. You don't get hit by quite as many, but it's not a pleasant experience at all. Let me just try and work out a rough area of effect marker. There we go. So that is an ice storm at the minute.
Alrighty. That's bad. I should move out of it next time I get the chance.
So that's for the basically now that counts as difficult terrain for duration. I.e. next turn. But yes, that's his action there, just bringing that down on you. So Braxton, you're up next. Your hammer, obviously being flung, leaves you with just your shield out at the minute.
Yes, it does. So I don't forget, I'm going to instantly use my action to recall a hammer to my hand.
Okay, cool. So describe how that happens for me, please.
I just kind of not outstretched, but it's slightly more raised than just being along my side. I kind of rotate my arm out and present my hand forward, and you see like that the handle sort of materialized, and then as I grab on, the head of the hammer sort of materializes with a nice little poof of flame.
Excellent. So as this hammer materializes, the kind of radiant energy being emitted from the head slightly dims a little in your hand. Braxton, the energy stored within clearly expent for today.
Yeah. And then I'm going to use some movement and I'm going to move up to here and then try and jump across.
Okay, so for that, I imagine you probably want to use athletics.
I think would be preferable, yes.
So back to the many ways to skin a cat talk we just had about jumping. Roll me that, please.
Oh.
So, Braxton, you feel like, an unstoppable force. You have just unleashed the fury of the gods upon your foe. Nothing can stop you as you charge into battle, at least until you stepped on that icy ledge. Something cracks under the weight of your plate mail. You go down faster than you'd like. You just about manage to get a hand onto the rocky cliff face in front of you, but now you are dangling dangerously over this precipice into what appears to be a slightly frozen river. There's no way of telling how thick that ice is, whether if you were to fall it would support your weight or you would go down into the water below. But all you know is that it's very hard to keep your grip on such an icy surface.
Yeah. Can I try and sort of pull myself up to relative safety with the rest of my movement?
Yeah, roll me another athletics.
That's a 15.
15. Okay, so you managed to pull yourself together from the shock of that and dig your fingers in deep enough to buy enough time to get your feet into the cliff face. You pull yourself up just about. You're essentially going to be prone until your next turn.
Yep.
But you're no longer in immediate danger of falling.
Good.
Alrighty, so in the meantime, this trouble warrior, again, slightly confused, picks himself up, dusts himself off a little bit, sees that his assailant is actually one of his kinsmen. And seeing that, you've just pulled yourself up, Braxton, he's going to use what's left of his movement to try and close the distance, but he doesn't quite have it in him to make it all the way. Tribal 2 is still stunned at the minute, Triss, so you're okay. The warrior doesn't lunge at you. And then for the last one, he is going to make that strength saving throw again to try and break the telekinesis. So what was the DC on that?
I think we have.
That doesn't matter. That's going to be. Okay, cool. Yeah, if it's competitive, then.
Yeah, it's my
So
spellcasting versus his strength.
Oh, your spellcasting versus his strength.
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
So that's
Rather than a set
16.
DC. Yeah, so he breaks free of this telekinetic grasp as he kind of wrenches his quite sizable body free of the mental grip you hold over him. So again, he's going to pick himself up off the deck. And at this point, he is going to have to really think about what he wants to do. Because Triss, you're probably just on the very edge of his visibility here. In fact, you're probably, just outside of it. So he's going to roll a intelligence saving throw to determine what comes next. Okay, so seeing that Braxton apparently is surrounded and he's lost sight of the others, he's going to try and regroup with his boss for further instruction. But again, he doesn't have all his movement, so he doesn't get all the way there. Just enough that he can see this gnome being bombarded with hailstones. So Tarek, you're up again.
First port of call, I'm going to step out of the ice storm. Very bad.
Okay.
And I'm going to move adjacent to Walthus. And I'm just going to be like, me? I didn't lead them here. You led them here. How could I have done it? And I'm going to pull a pin on the smoky contraption, and a flaming sphere protrudes from it and shoots out behind him.
Alrighty, cool. So, deck save.
Not yet. I don't think. He only takes
Oh,
damage
okay,
at the end of his
yeah.
turns, and don't. Can I use a bonus action to ram someone? Oh, I can. Yeah. In which case, yes, Dex 17 saving throw.
Alrighty. So he fails that, not expecting to see this little gizmo pop out of a device on your person.
Most excellent. It was a level 2, so let's get 2d6 plus 5 going. That's 15 fire damage.
15 fire damage. Alrighty.
As this thing rams into his back after like swinging up behind him. Torek kind of waiting for the moment that he decides to move.
Okay, so yeah, this kind of catches him a little bit unaware. You see like the tail end of his coat kind of go up in flames before he quite quickly whips it away and dunks it in the snow. But you can see it clearly did something.
Excellent. I'll think I'll end my turn there. I mean, the ice storm isn't getting bigger, is it?
It is. The visibility has dropped by another 5 feet.
Ooh.
Yeah, this is like nothing you've ever seen before, kind of snow here.
Where is he? Where is other?
Right, I end my turn there. Sorry if that wasn't clear.
Yeah, no worries. Brings us around to Triss. So at the moment, Triss, you only really got eyes on this this one warrior. It's getting hard to really see what's on the other side of this ravine at the minute.
Okay. I'm gonna take myself up to the edge. Can I see any more? Can I see the other tribal warrior now?
Vaguely, he's on the outskirts of visibility. You could make a shot, but it would be a harder shot to hit.
No, in that case, I'm gonna stick with the one that I can see. And
Alright.
I'm going to. I'm gonna Eldritch Blast. And he's gonna get
Okay.
Poor
off.
fella.
Which one? Tribal Warrior 3 or 2?
Sorry,
The
3. The one who's closest.
3, okay.
It's not. I'm not gonna do Repelling Blast. I don't want to blast him back. Just
Okay.
regular.
Yep, roll them up.
So 29.
2 misses and a hit.
12 and 13. Cool. Add a DD. $12 damage.
Okay, so one of the downsides to being a warlock is the somewhat unpredictable nature of your magic. It seems today, Triss, you actually have to account for the wind with your Eldritch Blasts, so the first 2 sail wide of the mark, kind of curving as they go. So you just the third and managed to hit this this warrior here. The energy seems to almost dissolve a little bit of what appears to be a shoulder plate of sorts. But not in the way acid might. It's a process that is hard to put into words, but it just almost vanishes. But it seems that the flesh underneath is largely protected from the effects by the armor. But you can still see bits of him have suffered from that.
Yeah, I'm gonna leave my turn there.
Rulin.
Well, I guess visibility is even worse now. So remembering the last location of these two guys being over here, I'm just going to start making my way that way. Just let me know when I start seeing things.
Okay. So by now you've seen these this warrior at least. You can see Triss, but the other two are slightly out of range. It's about 25-foot visibility at this moment in time.
I'll, I guess, shout to Triss. Everything okay? You handling it?
Triss, you hear Rulin, albeit faintly, over the howling of the wind and the snow, but you work out what it is he's saying.
I'll tune into him and say, yeah, we're doing okay.
Okay. And I'm gonna. There's no I guess there's no bother. There's no point in stealth, and I can't get a stealth attack against this guy, can I? But I'll just come up behind him while he's hopefully unaware, and then just attack him.
Okay. Yep. So your first attack, because the snow is masking your movements and he is facing towards Wolfus, you will get advantage as he's not aware. You did break his line of sight.
Spear attack, I should say as well. Yeah. Ooh, lovely, beautiful.
So big, kind of charging lunge catches him square in the back.
17 damage on that one.
So he kind of roars out in pain, kind of reaches back and attempts to grab the spear. You kind of withdraw the tip before he manages to get a hold on your weapon, but he swings around to face you.
I'm not going to try stun. Let's try and reserve me key a little bit. Second attack. Less impressive, but still a 19.
And that is still a hit.
Okay. And that is 13 damage.
13 damage. Alrighty, so again, the spear goes in and finds its mark. You feel the flesh give as this iridium blade cuts deep. Again, another howl of pain.
Yeah, fuck it. Flurry blows. I'm umming and ahhing like if there's anything else I'm going to do. Flurry blows. Let's go. Yeah, just 2 straight up. Nice. That's 23 and then that 20.
Yeah, so surprisingly, one of those is going to hit, and the other is also going to hit critically.
Let's put them all together, I guess. Just.
Mm-hmm.
That's 26 total.
Okay.
And let's try and knock him prone on a Dex 16 saving throw. So one of those will just be like a hard leg sweep.
Dex. So you try and sweep him as he's kind of stumbling back, trying to catch his breath from that. You can kind of see he's gasping for air. But as you sweep round, his legs being pretty damn solid and anchored in snow, he manages to just about keep his feet underneath him.
Yeah, I'll end my turn now. Don't want this guy
Alrighty.
going anywhere. Oh, I guess. Can I see this as well?
Yeah, so you can kind of see the. In fact, you've got visual there on everything that's going on here.
Okay. So I'll be a little bit surprised, I guess, to see Torek in the middle of a fight with a Wolfus, but we'll deal with that.
It's obviously a nice thing to see him alive and at least well enough.
Even if a little miffed that He misled us a little bit by leading us here.
But he seems to be a little busy at the minute.
Okay.
Alrighty. So, with that done, Wolfus is still not best pleased with what is going on. However, he is actually not going to be too focused on here. He can only see the one of you for now, so he's going to continue his assaults on Torek. So the hailstorm abates and it goes back to just the regular blizzard. But now he's got you at point blank range, Torek. He just points a finger at you and casts lightning bolt in a straight line. So I'm going to need another DC 17 Dex save, please.
You got it, homie? Ooh. Huh. Well, some lightning bolts.
Good job you got that plus 15.
Okay. So you don't have time to react to this at all. You are way too close. It isn't helped by all the metal you carry on your person. 31 damage there, Torek.
Ooh.
And a slight tingling sensation in your fingers and toes. He's also going to kind of attempt to stagger backwards in a direction of the camp.
I take a reaction attack on it.
Yep, attack of opportunity.
Now, I can't use a cantrip that's usually used as a attack as a reaction, can I?
If it's a cantrip, then and it's a melee attack, kind of spell attack one, then yeah, I'd say that would be permissible.
Ooh. So if I cast Booming Blade now, that would be that'd be very nice. Sick. Let's hope it hits. It's not looking hopeful. I'm gonna take a +5 on it and chance if he's got low AC.
Can you do that for attack rolls?
I'm gonna check that. That's a very good question. Should probably have known that before I tried to take a +5 on it, huh? An ability check or saving throw.
So not an attack
I
roll.
guess I'll just eat shit. Sorry.
I was going to say, yeah, I don't think you've ever actually tried to use it before an attack.
That would have been hella powerful.
Oh my god, can you imagine?
It's the same with what's that druid one? Not guidance. Is it a druid one? I think druids have it at least anyway.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, I think I missed with the melee attack, so the spell does not go through.
Yep, I'm afraid that is not going to cut it. Your nerves still are a little janky after that last bolt of electricity you just received. You make an attempt of it, but it kind of hits the armor at such an angle that it just glances. But yes, he kind of staggers back towards the direction of the camp. Braxton.
Yes. Camera's acting all weird on tabletops then. Okay, I'll have to rejoin in a minute to sort this out. I don't know what's going on. I'm going to stand up for half my movement. And wary of the fact I'm right next to a ravine, I'm going to move next to this guy, but like behind or next to him, rather than right next to the
Uh-huh.
ravine. Can't see. And I'm going to swing 2 attacks at him if I can move.
Sure thing.
With the Sunforger. Oh, 14 and 16.
So that is going to be 2 misses, I'm afraid.
Yeah, that's fair. That's the end of my go.
Alrighty. So who is it first? Tribal number 3.
I'm going to reconnect.
Sure. So he's going to take a few swings at you, Braxton, in retaliation. I'll roll them together, seeing it's not advantage or disadvantage. And one of those is going to hit. So the first one, you managed to get your shield up. But as the axe head kind of clangs on your shield, instead of kind of skating off in one direction, he actually shows quite, good control of his weapon. Actually stops the momentum dead and then just kind of butts you in the face with it. A move you've never seen executed before. As you kind of stagger backwards, you take a mental note of that one. And he is going to do 9 damage to you.
Oh,
Alrighty, the second tribal warrior. He's no longer stunned, is he? Because Rulen, you just ended your turn pass next to that guy.
Yes.
So Triss, he's going to walk up to you, and he's actually going to just try and reach out and grab you. So contested strength saving throw, please.
Oh god.
So I'm guessing you don't have a
16.
+7 modifier to that.
No, it's a -1.
So Triss, he grabs you by the kind of scruff of your shirt there, and just kind of heaves you into the air. You kind of feel the feet dangling, and he just aggressively tosses you downwards into this ravine. You fall for a few brief seconds before kind of coming to a abrupt halt on the ice. But as you kind of lay there, you hear the crackling of the ice giving. You have about a second, and you can take some bludgeoning damage for that. Actually, I'll roll that while we're here. So 8 bludgeoning damage, Triss.
Okay.
But then the ice cracks, and you go down into a incredibly cold river, and you can feel yourself being pulled along the riverbed by whatever current is in this river. That's the end of his go. The next one, Harvey, Rulen. Now he's kind of got his balance and breath back after that last attack. Roll me a perception, please.
Okay. Uh, 20.
You hear the wing beats in time, but this guy doesn't. He raises his axe to bring them down, just as you see the clouds start to part behind him. You kind of throw yourself backwards a few feet to evade it before a creature just flattens him in its talons. Which one was that again?
oh, nice.
The creature just proceeds to kind of just snap up, like just all the snow around him and this struggling barbarian just in one bite, and you just don't even see it touch the sides as he goes down. Kind of the jaws snap shut. There's You try and persuade yourself that wasn't a bone, you just heard crunching, but it's quite a sickening sound, really.
Okay.
Tarek, you obviously see this too. Because you have time to react before this thing notices you.
Whoa.
Well, first
I
of
am.
all, does it take 2d6 damage?
On the end of its next turn, perhaps, yeah. Also,
Yeah.
that's actually a little big for that. There we go.
Oh,
gonna say.
my God.
That fits a bit better.
It's time to go.
Okay.
I am. I can't let Walthus escape. Can they do it? I can't let him escape. So, gonna move up 1, 2, 3, 4, and God, I'm just shy of getting the boomer blade in a good place to help him. Is the dragon seeming to? It killed a barbarian, right? And
Yeah, it fairly succinctly crushed him.
maybe it's on our side.
Oh no.
It's,
Dragons are,
massive
after all,
dragon.
intelligent. Oh, it's coming for me! Ah! Intelligence just means he chases you better. I'm just reading a. I'm really sorry. I just wanted to see.
Just reading a stat block on ancient white dragons.
Yeah. I just really want to be prepared. You know. I'm gonna move my boomer blade away for now and have it come along for the ride. Trying to catch Wolfus. It's not as fast as either of us, sadly. But I will. I'm gonna try and hit him with another boomer blade, I think.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Being incognito, I haven't really prepared any amazing third level spells or anything. So, boomer blade though is great for when someone's trying to escape you. Unless you fail to hit. That's a 14, and that's not gonna hit.
No, it is not. The effects of that blast of lightning still haven't seemed to have fully left your system. There, Torek. That is, it's the best you can do, but the just the muscles aren't reacting as you'd like them to. You don't find any vulnerabilities with your hit.
Mm. Oh, boy. I'll end turn there. Keep it. I have put the fire sphere away from me, and Walthus is well. The best I can do is a reaction now, unless
Alrighty.
he turns around and nuts me one.
Cool. Alrighty, so Torek, at the end of that round, I need you to roll me a perception, please.
You remember how my wisdom's a -3 modifier?
I do.
Yeah, that translates into perception. So I just rolled a 3.
You think you heard a noise coming from the camp. Quite a loud noise, but you can't really make out what.
Maybe it's the dinner bell.
That's such a fucking Torek.
Like the very clear roar of a dragon on the wind. It's just like, oh, soup's ready.
I wonder if it's coriander.
Turns ended there.
Alrighty, so Triss, you are at the moment in a pretty bad way. The cold water shock has started to set in, but you've just managed to roughly kind of get a grip of yourself. The water is incredibly cold, and your fur coat is soaking it up. It's quite hard to move your limbs. You're going to take a level of exhaustion, just due to the the icy water.
Okay.
So bear that in mind.
Hold on. Bear with me a second. Is there a place to pop that on D&D Beyond?
I don't really know. I've never actually looked.
For what? Exhaustion? Yeah, it's under conditions. Just underneath where your HP
Oh, yeah.
is.
I see. Because I was just wanting to double check what that's going to do.
So it's at the first level of exhaustion. It's going to be disadvantage on ability checks.
Okay. Alright, that's fine. In that case, what I'm going to do is Dimension Door myself. And I'm going to aim sort of where I'd been stood for over here.
Alrighty, so similar to the ship, this rift appears in the air, and a fair few litres of water just pours out, carrying Triss into the snow. You pick yourself up, Triss, but now with your cold weather gear completely soggy, you're going to start to feel the effects of that biting northern wind. But you try and, stop yourself from shivering and focus on the task at hand.
And then...
You also notice the big fuck-off dragon. Even through the snow, it's hard to miss a silhouette like that.
You fell into the ravine, there was no dragon. You came out of the ravine, there's a dragon.
Tribal Warrior number 2, is he facing towards the fuck-off dragon?
Yeah, that's grabbed his attention.
Can I run up to him and give him a shove and try and push him into the ravine?
Yes, you certainly can.
Given that
This
he's
is fantastic.
how do I do that?
So it's going to be another contested strength check there, but I'm going to let you roll at advantage because, there's no way he would reasonably expect you to be behind him again.
Oh my god. Oh, what the fuck, man?
Okay, so you try it, Triss, and you attempt to grapple him. It doesn't work. He's going to use his reaction to essentially just do a counter grapple. So same again, please.
I imagine he probably feels what to you and I would feel like a kitten bumping up against the back of your leg, kind of thing.
Jesus Christ, these rolls. Oh, that's
Triss.
painful.
He grabs you by the scruff of the neck and puts you back in the river.
For God's sake!
You managed to hit another patch of ice on your way down.
Oh, Jesus.
7 damage.
Oh, fuck, that's so annoying.
You're also, I'm afraid to say it to you, you're going to have to take another level of exhaustion as you go through that repeated cold water shock. And I've got to say, it is not getting any easier with repeated dips.
Nope. Fuck's sake. Okay.
You guys remember Double Dip? That was tasty.
Remember, they're still around.
Oh, yeah. It's just, back when we had an excuse to have one.
Yeah, so Triss, you once again hit this freezing water and kind of let out that involuntary gasp. This time you get some kind of water kind of come down. You struggle to breathe a little bit there. So you're now going to be at level 2 of exhaustion. So that's a bit more serious. You now essentially have your speed halved.
Yeah.
In addition to disability. Sorry, not disability, disadvantage on ability checks.
Cool. Okay. Yeah, I can't do anything, I don't think, now.
Rulin. You would have probably seen that fiasco. In fact, you
Okay.
probably would have seen Triss get thrown in twice, and you know you kind of have to slap yourself and wonder if you just got deja vu. But
Yeah, I'll look at the dragon. I'll look at Triss being thrown twice into a ravine to kind of rub my eyes a little bit, like, huh? Okay. I could leap down into the ravine to try and help Triss, but I ain't particularly strong. But she is probably in a bad way. Probably should. Yeah. Okay. I will run along to the edge of the ravine and peek down first. So can I see Triss?
you can see the holes in the ice sheet. Problem being, the ice itself has accumulated snow, so she's clearly drifted underneath them. You can't really see her, just her entry points.
Okay. Okay. Bonus action, I'll activate me spider climb gloves. I will use them to do more of like a controlled descent down the side of the ravine onto the ice. So I hit the ice very gently. And now that I'm down here, sort of next to the hole in the ice, can I see anything at all under?
So you cast a glance down into these kind of cold, murky waters, and you see like just the slightest flash of kind of auburn red hair.
Okay, I'll within arm's reach if I got down on the ice and reached under.
Yep, it would probably have to involve getting a full arm.
Yeah,
very, very wet and cold. But
right, we'll do that then. I'll be my action. I guess I'm going to try and reach and grab hold of whatever I can get hold of, hair, a bit of cloak, something, and then just yank.
So first of all, you're going to reach in there, Rulin, and because your whole body isn't exposed, I'm going to give you the benefit of a Constitution saving throw here. So DC 10 con save, please.
Ooh, beautiful.
You kind of take a breath in.
Does that have to be against the
yourself.
con saves? Like, why can it not be? Oh, never mind.
Your kind of mental fortress that you've spent your years of training building steadies you, and you brace for the cold as you dip your arm in and grab Triss.
That's one of the things we did at the monastery. You get a big barrel of water with ice, and you punch your fists into it constantly. Builds up your. No, that's something that they do in the
so funny.
The monasteries.
Such a specific thing.
So this is nothing to me. This is fucking.
Imagine. Titus probably has a similar thing, but it's just like with saunas instead of going out and then doing a plunge pool. It's a very Arctic way of doing things. But you managed to grab Triss by a hair. It's not the most ideal grip, but you kind of heave her up a little bit and then manage to kind of get a grasp under her arm and kind of pull her onto the ice. You can see that she's shivering and she's clearly not in a good way out in a blizzard in soaking wet gear.
So is the ice is I guess thick enough here that she's not gonna fall through again just by
because you guys are not being hurled into this at high velocity. The ice seems to be able to support your weight.
Okay. Triss, you're gonna have to rely on yourself to get out of this hole, but I can't leave Braxton up there to face a dragon and barbarians by himself. And then, without much ado, I'm gonna turn around and might just have enough movement. I imagine because the spider gloves give me climbing speed, so I should be able to climb back up to just to get up to the top. So, and then let's say there. And then that'll be, that's everything I've got really.
Alrighty. So Wolfus kind of sees this dragon, And he's a fairly intelligent bloke, so he just legs it.
Yep.
He's actually going to use his action to dash.
In hindsight, maybe should have climbed up the other side of the ravine, but never mind.
Decisions have been made, some of them wrong.
Tarek is still over there as well, I guess.
So he uses his dash, and Tarek, you just lose him in the kind of a snow. He's heading off back towards the camp's direction.
No reaction. Yeah.
And he is getting out of dodge. Well, if you haven't used your reaction this turn, have you?
No.
Which case, then yeah, take it.
Ooh, now that's a hit.
Alrighty, so before.
Well, 22. 23, yeah.
Yep, so that is a hit.
And I can't cast 2 cantrips in a turn, so that's not a booming blade. It's just a regular old dagger strike. Oh my god, my damage rolls every time with the dagger. So, I mean, it's a D4, so it wouldn't even make too much difference. But I don't know, 5 damage to send you on your way. Then.
Yep. So, kind of hit him in the leg this time, and he kind of stumbles a little bit. But his desire to get away from this thing seems to be greater than the need to stop and nurse his wound. So he continues on his merry way. And you see him kind of dash off into the blizzard back towards the direction of the camp where you'd heard that noise. So Braxton, you, both you and this warrior, previously locked in a kind of, fairly intense battle, kind of drop your arms a little bit to just stare at this great thing in front of you. You're the first to come to your senses.
I think this thing's a little bit more important than the guy stood next to me. So I'm going to tunnel vision it and run towards it, sort of ignoring the fact, or forgetting the fact that he's going to potentially attack me as I run.
You're right, he's going to make an attack. However, it is a bit late in the execution of it, so you're outside his reach by the time he brings his axe around.
Nice. And then I'm going to use the 2nd level bonus action spell, Branding Smite, which gives me extra damage on my next hit.
Alrighty, so you channel that energy into your new hammer.
Yep, and then 2 swings on the big fuck off dragon. A 11 and a 19.
Braxton, the intent is there, the determination is there, but you just are not expecting the force that this thing puts behind the down blast of its wings. As you go in and move to strike, you are almost knocked off your feet as this thing kind of turns to face you and just fans those massive wings down. A kind of barrage of snow, hail, and cold air just causes you to stumble, and your attacks go wide of the mark.
You go.
But it appears you have its attention. I'm going to take that deafening silence as a I have no more things to do here.
Oh, maybe I was muted. I said done. No, yeah, I've got nothing.
Alrighty. So trouble number 3 here. He sees this former adversary charging into the fray, and not to be outdone by some pansy southerner, also charges in and makes 2 attacks against the dragon. These 2 both connect, however.
You got to show me up like this.
So that is going to be 26 damage against this. So the big axe clearly is a suitable tool against the big dragon. The scales don't seem to show much damage, but you can see like some big dents being put into like maybe the odd one. One scale maybe comes loose, but the damage seems to be largely superficial, even with this sizable weapon swung by a sizable individual.
Well, we just need to take it down 1 scale at a time.
Keep chipping.
The second warrior, however, isn't feeling it. He is going to run in the opposite direction. And he's going to use dash to expedite that. The dragon is going to use his turn a little more indicatively, though. He is actually going to use his breath weapon here. So that is going to be a 90-foot cone. So that is going to be just enough to hit the warrior here. And that's also... Braxton, you're close enough that you kind of managed to miss most of it, but Rule, I'm afraid you are in that blast zone. Triss being down in the ravine, this kind of goes over your head, but you just see above you just this almost wall of icy kind of slivers, kind of needle sharp things just blast above you. So Rulin, I am going to need let me work out what that is. A DC 20 con save, please. Aspel Barbarian. So he fails that.
Sorry, I was muted. DC, it was con save, wasn't it?
Con save, please.
2 seconds. Get back onto me screen.
And handily, you are just about 10 feet away from me.
Am I?
So you got a +5.
Oh, okay. Yeah, okay. For all the good
Okay,
I did.
so thankfully your cold weather gear is going to mean you're not going to take the full damage here. So 16 damage there, Rulin. As this just razor sharp slivers kind of scratch at your face, and the cold from those just seems to just gnaw down to your very face, kind of a facial bones. Cold enough, your sinuses are aching. You can kind of already feel that earache coming on. But you're very glad you paid that tailor the good money back in Bayford. The barbarian, on the other hand, he is not looking too good. You actually see Braxton. This guy has raised his axe in defiance, but he hasn't moved for a few seconds. As you look, you actually see he is frozen solid in place.
Oh.
Tarek, you get to witness this. from the safer end of it all, i.e. the non-pointy end of a dragon. Well, actually, it's a tail. I suppose both ends are kind of pointy. The one that isn't streaming ice at you, essentially.
Yes. Feel like I maybe should take advantage of such a situation. Shit. I'm gonna bonus action to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 ram. So it'll be a dex saving throw from the dragon.
What was the save for that?
17.
Sorry, 17 minutes fail.
Oh, so he takes the full brunt of 2d6 plus 5 fire damage. Which is 8 fire damage. Nice.
Rulin's passed all of his luck onto Tarek.
Tarek, you watch as this flaming blade bounces off the scales. The positive side is it doesn't appear the dragon has even noticed that has happened.
Oh, good. Maybe if I end my turn, he won't. No, I should try and cast a spell. I should try and help slay the dragon. I'm gonna cast Ray of Sickness at level 3 on it. As I force him to make a con save, several darts hitting his back.
That is a pass. The actual needles of the syringe shatter as they hit the scales. The cold air has made them brittle before they've hit him.
So, on a failed save, you would be poisoned, but you are not. Instead, you just take the damage, which is 4d8 plus 5. Yeah.
Okay, so the needles, syringes shatter, but then so do the glass vials as they impact the dragon, and you see the scales start to corrode a little bit.
Yep. Very nice. So that'll be 28 damage.
28 damage, alrighty.
That's a bit more like it. It's a bit of a reliable spell, that, because
Yeah, either way, it's doing something.
yeah, for sure.
Alrighty. The dragon is going to take one of its legendary actions, and it's going to make a tail attack against you, Braxton.
Okay.
So that is a 27 and is going to hit.
Oh, God.
So let me work out what the modifier for that is. That is going to be 13 damage for that. So this tail kind of sweeps around and just shatters this kind of frozen warrior. You bring your shield up, but it's just not enough. The force jars your arm. You kind of feel the shoulder dislocate as the tail hits. You kind of stumble back and kind of pop the shoulder back into place with a fairly well-practiced move. You've done it to a few men after some pretty vicious fights before, but it's not so fun having to do it to yourself. But yeah, this dragon hits pretty powerfully. Meanwhile, Triss, you are down in this ravine, shivering considerably, wet through, but actually out of the worst of the wind down here.
Let me have a look. Prestidigitation. I am going to warm up my coat and try and dry it out.
Okay, cool. So you start to use this magic. You can see that it's going to be a while before it's fully dry, but you can see that it is working slightly.
And then as bonus action, I'm going to cast Fast Step. 60 foot of movement, so I'm going to move myself. Where am I going? I'll probably be able to see the edge of this cliff from where I was at. Just bob myself up there. What am I doing? And then I just need to double check whether I can keep that packed slot or not. No. Prestidigitation, does that count as a full action?
That would very much depend on its cast time and what it says.
Do you want me to read that out?
It should tell you just... let me pull it up.
It says one action.
Then yes, that will be your action.
Okay, in that case, that's me.
Okay, Rulon, you've just seen this dragon take a swipe at Braxton. This thing's clearly quite large and quite powerful. And probably quite hungry.
Yeah. Okay. All right. I'm gonna try something a bit off the wall here. I'm going to shout to the dragon in Draconic. I'm going to drop to my knees and shout, "Please, we are not your enemies. We are mere elves, and we bear no sustenance and no ill will to you." And I'll point in the direction of the fleeing barbarian and say, "That one is a great tasty treat for you. I'm sure he will fill your stomach." I'm trying to make some sort of plea to the dragon.
Roll me a persuasion.
Because honestly, guys, I don't think we stand much of a chance here.
That's probably reasonable.
That's not great. That's a 5.
The dragon kind of turns to you, Rulon. For we do not decide which order they get eaten. In a much more draconic sounding voice than that, but being a mere mortal human, I am somewhat limited in my ability to portray that.
Good translation, nonetheless, Crispy.
Okay. In that case, fuck it. I'm gonna hop back up to my feet, brandish my spear, and give it the old run around. Let's get to there. And I'm just gonna big old fucking stab. Oh, yeah, 2 stabs. I'm not gonna bother fucking trying to stun this thing. It's a 28 and a 16.
Hit and a miss.
Uh, 9 damage on that.
Okay, so you put a spear blow into this thing's tail as it kind of withdraws it from that last lash. It doesn't really seem to react much other than the fact that it's going to use one of its legendary actions after your turn is finished. But we'll let you do your rest of your stuff first.
Well, if that's the case, thanks for the warning. I'm gonna. Oh fuck! What am I gonna do? I'm going to spend a key point to do patient defense. I'll take
Alrighty.
the dodge action.
Okie dokie. So you sense that there might be some impending danger, and ready yourself accordingly. Lo and behold, you were in fact correct. What incredible foresight you have, Rulin. The dragon takes a bite at you. And it's a good job you were waiting for it.
Oh, God.
As it happens, that is only an 18, so you're okay. You managed to just throw yourself down as these razor sharp, appear to be like teeth almost carved from ice. If there is any bone in there, they've long since accrued an outer layer of fairly vicious-looking icicles. But you have time to reflect on this from a distance, thankfully, rather than having to experience it firsthand as these snapshots just shy of you. Braxton, you're up.
Well, first of all, I forgot to roll for concentration when I took that tail whip.
Ah, yes.
So I shall try that first. And then we're good.
Mhm.
And then I'm going to have to try and hit this thing a couple of times again. See how it goes. Uh, 13 and a 25.
So, having had time to brace yourself and find your footing, you managed to make a couple of attacks. The hammer glances the first time round, but the second hit finds its mark.
Second hit is not messing around. This is going to be a level 3 smite. Plus everything else. You have to give me a sec to count the dice.
Yeah, no worries.
So that's 42 damage.
42 damage, so you use your new hammer well. It seems to be a very agreeable conduit for divine fury, as it turns out. You manage to kind of crack this thing just on kind of one of its lower limbs, just above the knee joint. The snow is kind of blown out in a circle from the point of impact as the shockwave kind of emanates out into the wider air. The dragon roars. You've clearly enraged it.
Lovely. And now I'm not concentrating on that branding spite anymore because it was expended. I'm going to cast Shield of Faith on myself as well.
Alrighty, is that a cantrip?
It's a level 1, but the smite is a innate ability, isn't it? So it doesn't count.
Right. Yeah. No, I keep on forgetting that Smite is immune to that.
Yeah.
Alrighty then.
Oh no, hold on. Oh no, fine. It is a bonus action. Yeah, I was just checking. Yeah, all good.
Alrighty, so that raises you up to what, 23 AC?
Yeah.
Okay, so the hand on your shield starts to glow the way it has many a time in the past. Braxton, you can't help but hope that it is just as effective as it has been in those previous instances. You suspect you may need it to be.
And that's the end of my turn.
Mm-hmm. Well, the warrior is going to continue his retreat using dash. He is just running for the hills. In the meantime, Dragon is going to make a series of attacks. He's going to make one bite against Rulin and then 2 claw attacks versus Braxton. So Rulin will do you first, so you still have the benefit of your dodging. So that is going to be a 23.
That's a hit.
That still hits. Oh, he's going to settle. Hey, they are this time. So 19 damage there, Rulin.
I would like to use my reaction to attempt to blind it with my staff.
Mm-hmm.
Would this be?
So, con save.
So, yeah, 15. It's a long shot, but fuck it. Why not? You never know.
The combination of the dragon's stature and the thick snow means that the light doesn't seem to be as effective as it has been in the past. The dragon shows no signs of relenting as these claws lash out at Braxton, who has clearly caused it some ire. I'll roll them both together. Fortunately for you, Braxton, the Shield of Faith holds out, adding just an extra layer of protection to that already fairly large tower shield of yours. Although you can kind of hear the scraping of kind of chitting on metal as these claws dig deep into the face of your shield. You have to remember it's better that than your flesh. And that's the end of the dragon's turn. So, Torek, I'm going to ask you to roll me a perception, please.
Well then.
You just can't tear your attention away from this magnificent specimen in front of you. You've never seen one this close up before. You should really start taking some drawings. The people in the academy would love to see this. You'll show them.
I will show them. I'll show them all. Oh, it hasn't moved since its last turn. Could I do 2d6 fire damage for that?
You can.
6 fire damage at him.
6 fire damage.
Um,
Alrighty.
Jeez. I'm actually a little low on health at the moment. If he turns around and attacks me, I am probably not in a happy place. So I'm going to drink my... I'm going to use my action to drink my resilience potion.
Mm-hmm.
Gaining 2d6 plus 5 temporary hit points.
So 14 temps.
14. Yep.
Alrighty.
And going to use a bonus action to ram it again with the spinner. Doing 3 fire damage.
Doing 3 additional fire damage. Oh, good news again, Torek, is the dragon still doesn't seem to notice things there.
Maybe it's resistant to fire damage. Fuck. Oh, I'm gonna end my. Actually, this tree may provide some cover.
Alrighty. You scale the tree.
Oh no! I'm just hiding.
Oh no,
behind
just
it.
hiding behind it. Okay.
No. Climbing a tree provides way too high a height for a gnome to fall.
All right.
And I end my turn there.
Alrighty. The dragon is going to use its last legendary action of a round to make a tail attack against Braxton. This time, however, the shield doesn't help. Out of the sheer force of habit, Braxton, you raise it just on the off chance, but the force is just too much. That tail just kind of crashes into it again. You manage to stay on your feet, but that does do 20 damage.
Ouch.
So Triss, you're up. The worst of the water is kind of finally evaporating now in the wind, coupled with that prestidigitation of earlier. Your shivering is becoming more controllable. So now that hypothermia is a little further away, you've got a bit more time to focus on the dragon.
Okay, so I am going to. Oh, jeez. What am I gonna do? I'm gonna cast Psychic Crush. He's got to pass an Intelligence 17 saving throw.
Alrighty. And he is going to choose to pass that with a legendary resistance.
Shit.
Is that the first one?
That the dragons used, yep.
Cool. That's all I do then in that case.
You try and channel the Angie Vertris, but the cold is too pervasive. You just can't focus. Not clearly or long enough to manifest that energy. Any movement, bonus actions?
Let's move around a little bit. 15. There we go. That's as far as I can go. Yeah, that's it.
Just double checked, but Psychic Crush still does half damage on a success.
Oh yeah. Okay. 12d6. Oh, okay. Right. In that case, I forgot about that. Thank you.
Because I thought to myself, like, it can't just be that. Like, you still get something. You still get some damage. You know?
That's 22 damage then in that case.
Alrighty.
Well, it should be. Yeah, okay. You should
should be
roll the full
12d6.
12 and then half it. Not just roll 60.
Okay.
Alrighty. Well, it's not quite the full effect you would have liked, Triss, but you get a little bit. Okay. Brings us around to Rulin.
Yeah. Okay. So I'm gonna shout loudly to everyone. We need to run. We can't beat this thing. And now the question is the direction that we need to run in. Because this is all open ground over here, so this is a bad idea. Whereas we know that there is a camp, and I guess it's more rocky and shit over this way.
Yeah, there's a bit more natural terrain up that general direction.
So I'm just going to say we should run to the camp. And then I'm going to hope that everyone is okay with that. I mean, do I see any reaction from Braxton?
Braxton seems to be a bit busy. He's got a lot on his plate at the minute.
Okay. Well, it's fucking for nothing. I'm going to spend a key point bonus action disengage.
Mm-hmm.
And then I'm going to run.
Alrighty, Ruler, now that you've kind of got to that level, roll me a perception.
Okay. Uh, 15.
So as you're running in the direction, you can kind of start to see the camp up ahead. Clearly, preparations are being made to leave in a hurry, but you can see the actual kind of door to this that was in this cliff face has fallen. The hinges have cleanly been cut by that device.
Ah. Is that where the dragon came from?
Yeah.
Okay. Makes sense. Alright. It further reinforced by, I don't know, foolishness, call it. I think I'm probably, well, yeah, that's my enemy turn, but I'll, can I still get a stealth reaction to shout to the others, or have I already kind of burned that?
Go on, it's not that big a sentence.
Okay. I suggest we make for the door into the temple. And I sort of, like, I'm shouting that at the top of my lungs. I'm not actually going to shout. I'm hoping they can just about make out from where I am. I guess the storm is still raging a little bit, but yeah. I'm hoping that they follow me. And that'll be the end of the turn.
Okay. So Dragon is going to use legendary action now. It's actually going to make 2 claw attacks at Braxton.
Oh, I need to check concentration from my previous.
Oh, that's a good point, actually. Yep.
Yeah, so I still have Shield of Faith.
Okay, so in which case that's a hit and a miss. So 10 damage there.
Okay, and I'll roll concentration straight away, so I don't forget.
Yep, you good.
Still good.
And it is now your turn.
Well, I think we have to run. I'm going to cast a spell that people probably don't know I have, which is Misty Step. And I'm just going to use that. Actually, you know what? No, I'm just going to disengage. That's
To the
easier.
old-fashioned way.
Yeah, yeah. And I'm going next to Triss. Triss, can you get us out of here? Hint, hint. Dimension door, please. But yeah, I'm just in case I've positioned myself between Triss and the dragon.
Alrighty. Well, the Ancient Dragon's going to use another of its legendary action. In fact, it's remaining 2 actually for this turn to do a wing attack. So each creature within 15 feet, which conveniently is just Braxton, is going to be a DC 25 Dex save, please.
5.
Yeah. It is a Ancient Frost Dragon.
Come on, nat 20.
Dex. So I literally need 2 nat 20s. Or do I roll 2? Yeah. Is it 2 wing attacks?
No, it's just the one. It just costs 2
fine.
legendary actions, so that's its lot. Alrighty, so
That's not a nat 20, Rich. That's not a nat 20.
Okay, so let me work out. 2d6 plus 10 already. So 20 additional damage there, Braxton. Start to look a little bit fresh on 37.
Yeah. And Shield of Faith is gone as well.
Alrighty. Again, the wind doesn't seem to be your friend. You have to kind of cover your face to stop these little ice splinters, but in doing so breaks your concentration. Tribal 2 is still going for that marathon record. And he gets himself out of the vicinity.
He's Havel's problem now.
Yeah. Dragon's turn. And I realise I'd been completely forgetting this. He's going to see if his breath weapon recharges.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It does.
Oh,
Yeah.
God.
Alrighty. Braxton and Triss, I'm afraid you are directly in this firing line as this dragon lifts itself back into the air.
Oh,
Um,
hold up. I would like to hold on.
I don't think you can counterspell, but
Entropic Ward. An attack roll. I can use a reaction to pose disadvantage on that roll.
Next one's a save, right?
it's a save, I'm afraid. It's not an attack roll.
You do
So
get +5 though, because good old Braxton stood next to you.
you do, so I'm going to need a DC 20 con save from both of you.
Yeah.
23.
What was it?
DC 20, so I think you both pass that,
Oh,
actually.
Yeah.
Alrighty, so Braxton, then you're going to take nothing with the. Actually, it's not a spell; it's a breath weapon.
Yeah,
it's not damage.
doesn't count.
You'll take the half damage then. Let me roll that up. What does that say? We'll do this and then half it. So that's going to be 19 damage to the pair of you.
How are you looking, Braxton?
Not good, but I can help myself.
Okay.
But if we get out of here.
Yeah, that's the better option.
Alrighty, so again, just another blast of cold. Triss, you are going to have to actually kind of wriggle yourself to snap the ice forming in your wet weather gear here. The remaining water crystallized by that Arctic gust, but you managed to break free, so you got movement again. Braxton, you kind of grit your teeth and keep your shield up, but you can't feel your fingers or toes now. The cold is really gnawing deep. However, that is the dragon's turn, so Torek, you're up.
Run.
Who is the dragon currently focused on?
Well, it's just tried to freeze both of these two, so that would be your guess.
Cool. I'm gonna go help someone else.
Me.
Remember that Braxton and I can get out a lot quicker than you and Roland probably can.
Yeah,
Speak for
probably.
yourself as Rulin just dashes across the top of the snow. Just
Valid point.
I'm gonna use my standard action to mix up a new potion. A potion of swiftness. A potion of nope. And
Potion of nope. Spelled-
I don't
spelled
have
with a
the-
G.
and I don't have another standard action to drink it, so I'm just gonna start gnome pacing away.
Uh-huh. So you start making good your escape.
And see ya.
Yep.
Bonus action ram.
Okay.
Haha, 6 fire damage, you idiot.
Righty. So final ram.
How do you want to do this?
the gnome can dream, but I'm afraid not. It looks like the dragon has finally realised this thing is there. Probably due to the light more than the actual damage, but it seems to not really take any immediate actions to resolve that. Alrighty, so that brings us back around to Triss, and I think we probably know what's coming here.
Yeah, I'm gonna kind of grab Braxton around the middle, lean past him, open up a dimension door, and shove us both through.
Alrighty,
Aiming
what way are you
for-
coming out?
Yeah, kind of past where we heard Ruland's voice.
Alrighty, so
Oh shit! Just realized I completely forgot. Like, I bonus action disengaged. I meant to dash, and then I stopped like halfway. Because you said to me once you get to about here, you get a perception. I was like, right, okay. And then I was going to dash the rest of the way, and then I just completely forgot to do that.
that's true.
Because you told us that the door was open, you could kind of see
Yeah. But then I just forgot to take the rest of my movement after that.
Well, if there's any
Oh, shit.
consolation, you are next in the
Oh,
initiative
right,
track.
okay. Well, assuming this thing doesn't want to do a legendary action for anything.
Well,
Since I asked so
see.
nicely.
Okay, so you guys kind of fall out in this camp. Well, what's left of it. You can see that lots of the equipment has just clearly been dumped where it fell. The sledges are long gone, but you can kind of see that this door has been kind of pulled from its hinges after these cuts have been made, and now the doorway lies open. Alrighty.
Every time we open some sort of ancient door or do something, there's always something horrible waiting on the other
At
side.
least we know where the dragon came
I
from.
never built for a reason.
Yeah, these big fucking doors. Yeah, there's a very, very good reason. Fucking Hydra, ancient white dragons, those fucking nasty. Well, I suppose the nasty spider creatures, but the door was built to keep them out, technically. So.
Either way, lessons should be learned from this, but will they?
Alrighty, Rulin, you're up.
Yeah.
Yep, just going to be running.
Well, actually, can I grab Torek on my way past and carry him with me? Yeah.
I suppose why not? He's only small.
He looks like he's struggling through the snow, kind of thing.
Yeah. So okay, you pick up Torek and just continue dashing. You keep on going. You can kind of hear the beating of wings behind you. You kind of dash into this kind of cleared semicircle. Kind of with your other free hand, you kind of just push Triss kind of towards this door, kind of snapping her out of that just dimension door shock, like the having to come to terms with new surroundings. You just get her moving. Braxton soon follows, and you guys just kind of pile into this open doorway. Can I hear the wings coming in? So you just keep going. It's a rocky tunnel.
Spear as we go, so we've got some light.
It's a rocky tunnel of sorts, and it seems to kind of lead down into the depths of this hillside. You kind of hear a giant thud behind you. You kind of turn around to see this dragon, clearly not capable of getting through this gap. Kind of sticks its neck in, and you see the teeth start to snap. Fortunately, you round a corner just in time, and a kind of blast of wintry air kind of follows you around, but you clearly miss the worst of it. But you come to what appears to be a metal square platform, about 15 feet by 15 feet, but it appears that this is a dead end. Torek, you see though what appears to be a large cuboid box on one side of this metal platform.
A cuboid box on a metal platform. Shit. Any sign of the wizard?
No, you are alone in this cave, unless you count the dragon trying to force its way into a passageway that clearly wasn't built for its colossal size.
I approach the box and inspect it from the outside.
Roll me an investigation then, please.
Oh, baby.
You recognise it immediately. It's it's of a similar design to the various control boxes you've seen at previous Tildrashi sites. You can see that there are a series of mechanical switches and buttons atop this thing.
So it's like kind of like the control plinth that was near the entrance, but it got destroyed.
Yes, that kind of thing. Yeah.
Okay. I attempt to interface with it. I press a button, pull the knob.
Alrighty, so you kind of power this thing up and press a button, and the floor kind of squeals, the screech of metal on metal, and shudders a little bit. You all kind of brace yourselves to stay on your feet, and then this platform starts to slowly descend. It appears to be going vertically down a carved out rock shaft. Torek, as you watch the platform descend, you can see a series of metal, almost guide rails, if you will, built into the side of these rock walls. You descend about 20 feet, and then you again hear that screech of metal, and the platform just comes to an abrupt stop. Although it seems that there are just 4 walls of rock surrounding you, with no obvious kind of features or kind of doors or any of that kind of thing.
Well, now that we seem to be a little bit of a stop, I think maybe we should tend to our wounds. This ruin's in quite bad shape, so I'm just gonna. Well, unless anyone's got anything special, I'll just take care of myself.
Well, I was just wondering if I could deduce whether asshole ran this way. Asshole McWizard face.
Roll me an investigation.
That was less good, but I am going to +5 it with a genius point to make it a 13, which is alright.
You suspect, due to the kind of grating nature of these mechanisms, they probably haven't been used recently.
Okay, so he's not in the same cave at least, but he was running back to camp, wasn't he?
In that general direction before you lost sight of him, yes.
Well, fuck. I would have really liked to have stopped him, but I understand that, with the dragon outside, we don't have much choice. We could stay here, but we probably should confirm whether the adjacency is indeed safe.
Well, I don't mean stop for a rest necessarily. I just mean quick
Just
heal
heal.
up. I guess we'll just take a couple of seconds to center himself, kind of draw some key and use wholeness of body. So that's just a straight up 36.
36. Alrighty.
Gets me up to 58.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, how long does that take?
Once per long rest. It's just an
Oh.
action.
Oh, it's an action.
Yeah.
Holy shit.
It's just like centering himself, kind of letting, rebalancing his key a little bit. Close
Nice.
some of the deepest wounds.
Yeah, Braxton's gonna use half his lay on hands pool, so 30 hit points to himself.
Okay, so brings up to 48 by my maths.
I've got 39. I wonder why. Let me look.
Oh, I had you on 18 after that last attack.
Yeah, I seem to have 9 less than you for some reason.
Well, charity doesn't come often, Rich. From me,
Yeah,
so
I'll
that,
take
are we?
compliment.
Okay, so that's half your land hands pool used. But you feel a hell of a lot better for it.
Yeah, it's because I didn't update my hit points on the board, but I've got more on D&D Beyond.
Hey, Tris, how are you doing for
Since at the last level up or something.
for rest? Have you got many spell slots left?
Oh, actually, I didn't double check that last dimension door. Let me just double check whether I've got that back. No, I'm out of spell slots.
She's also
23 health.
kind of still shivering a little bit. It's
And
out of the
exhausted.
wind, but this cave is still cold. It's not great. You suspect that she's probably going to need some rest to benefit from a nice warm fire potentially.
Are we stopping for a short rest, or is it too dangerous?
I think we should maybe just confirm where exactly we are.
Okay.
Because we're in the middle of one of these fucking Tildrace temples. There could be any kind of.
Yeah. How about 10 minutes?
For rest.
How about 10 minutes? I've been working on something.
Okay.
Yeah.
I don't think 10 minutes gets us a short rest, does it?
It does not, no.
Chris, do you?
Well, if it's something that if it's like something that Torek can do, then yeah, 10 minutes will be fine. Actually, I'll say as well. So while Torek's doing that, I'll start having a look around these rock walls and see what's around, like a little bit of an investigation.
Okay, so yeah, roll me investigation then.
While Torek's doing his business.
Cool. I'm busy setting up this short pipe in front of Tris.
We're going to get really high, Tris.
I was going to say, yeah.
No, it's
On his smoke box.
That was a 16 on the investigation.
16. Okay, so Rulin, you have a look around and you find nothing of interest on the walls other than streaks of rust near these guardrails, but you do see what appears to be a small hatch in one of the corner of these platforms. Of this platform that you're currently kind of stuck on.
An open hatch?
At this point in time, it is closed.
Okay. Cut back to Torek.
cool. And I'm gonna get this, like, those like little telescopes that extend out slightly. I do that and just like put a tiny little dart in the top of it, point it at Tris, and just it into like
He couldn't have just walked over and stuck it in her arm. Like, he has to shoot it out and blow it out.
And I think it's even more funny because he does have better dart launching mechanisms, but the dart he's made this time is far too small for such things. He had to construct a small blowpipe to apply the spell. Tris, it hits you, and you feel a little prick, and I just go, "You're feeling very sleepy now, aren't you?"
Yeah. What was that?
Go to sleep. Triss collapses unconscious. I've casted a catnap on her.
That's not one we see very often. But
Catnap? I don't think I've ever even heard of that one.
Is it a bad time to tell you that I can't be put to sleep by magic?
it is a bad time because he's already used that spell slot. So the
I mean, it doesn't say asleep, it says fall unconscious.
I mean, that's just semantics at this point.
Oh.
So this dart goes in, the anesthetic enters your bloodstream, Triss, and your elven heritage keeps you in the realm of the living.
What's working? You're getting very sleepy. Go to sleep, Triss.
Just tired, Torek. No more tired than I was before, though.
Torek looks extremely disturbed and stares at your face for 7 seconds, and then just starts reading his journals. I couldn't have been wrong. No. What? Oh, it was such a good idea.
Is this where Torek's calculations factored in gnomish blood from not elvish?
Thanks a lot, Triss.
So yes, Triss, your very heritage has foiled Torek's scheme, you inconsiderate fiend. Try being more gnomish next time. I like to imagine Torek would be the kind of person who would honestly cast transmutation on you, just so that he could then use catnap on you.
I can imagine that.
Oh my lord!
Makes you a gnome just because he can't be bothered to work out the different dosage calculation for an elf or something.
Sadly, my transmutation potions are the same as the alter self spell, which doesn't change your race, just your appearance.
Oh.
It's a sad day, but. Yes, I would use a level 7 spell to land a level 3 spell. Yeah, that was catnap. Up to 3 willing creatures can fall unconscious if they so choose, and after 10 minutes, if they go through the entire thing without waking up, they take a short rest.
In that case, if it's a willing creature... Hold on, what's the wording?
Well, it's not. Yeah, it's you
magic
can't
put you to,
be put to sleep by magic.
Yeah,
it's not a case of you being willing or not. It's
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't suppose anyone else wanted to go to sleep.
We're all either. Well, I'm a full elf, and then two are both half elves. So
yeah, I'm at relatively low health.
Got a fairly non-diverse party here, guys. Gonna have to take you to HR when you get back to KRM. Now your token human has been used as bait for a Barrioff. And,
oh yeah, Havel.
Oh yeah, he's stuck out there with a dragon now as well. This is where we go deeper into this cave. We just see the Barrioff curled up with him. Just having
a little nap together.
What took you so long? Yeah.
Yeah. Guys, this is Stephanie. But yeah, catnap would have been a really cool spell, and I had some nice old dialogue to go with it, and the lore reasons of why I have it. But
instead, we got a fairly.
Torek is going to start smashing his very precious copper tube to pieces.
I think we all can't be put to sleep by magic as well. Everyone
none of you can, yeah.
Only me. I don't get my spells back from a short rest. This is
like to imagine that Torek starts smashing the pipe, just pricks himself on the end of a needle and just knocks himself out.
Yeah, the end breaks off and hits him in the head.
And that's why we wear safety goggles. Yeah.
Oh god. Oh.
Alrighty, so a slightly bemused Triss pulls the little syringes out of her, to no effect.
Oh, that's so upsetting.
That would have been so handy.
Yeah, it would have done. But you just had to run your mouth. Oh dear. That's cool. Yeah, I was gonna flavor it like it's the antithesis of the stimulant powder. So I was like, you know how the stimulant powder makes you think harder? Well, I've made the opposite. This stuff makes you rest harder.
I do feel like
I have invented anti-cocaine.
roleplay is kind of appropriate in terms of Torik's like slightly wild experimentation to have not factored in that someone else might not be put to sleep by something that works on him.
Yeah. All right. God. Anyway, while all this is happening, I'm willing to say I found a hatch, by the way. Looks like it leads further in.
Prestidigitation on my coat again to warm it up. a bit
Okay,
more.
Triss. So with a bit more time on your hands, you make a more thorough job of this drying, and you get the moisture out of your coat. Kind of start to feel your body heat, adding a bit of warmth to it, but still struggling a little bit. The fatigue has kind of set in now.
And let's go and have a look at Ruland's hatch.
Alrighty, so on closer inspection, it appears to be a kind of 5-foot hatch, steel in construction like the rest of the platform. Again, in one of these corners. It appears to be rusted in places, but otherwise intact. You see no evidence of a lock or any kind of closing mechanism, other than the hinges.
Try and give it a shove.
Alrighty, so you give it a shove and nothing happens.
Okay, I'll pull out the old trusty crowbar from my pack. See if I can pry it open.
Okay, so you get your crowbar out and kind of tease it in one of the gaps and start to give it a good bit of welly. At first, it resists the force you put on it, but after a while, and again the protesting of rusted metal on metal, you manage to pry this hatch open. It appears that you can kind of see down. What appears to be a continuation of this shaft for a considerable drop. You can't actually see the lower limits from where you currently are.
Okay. So, like, any loose stones or anything around?
Doesn't look like it, but you
Actually,
can see
I've still got some marbles in my pack. What's actually shot from the from back whenever we nicked it out of them warehouses.
Forgot about those.
Metal marbles are called. Can I throw one in?
Yep. So you take the marble out of your.
That gives me 9 remaining.
Mm-hmm. So you kind of drop this out of the hatch, and you listen. After just over 3 seconds, you hear the kind of tinkle of something hitting the stone floor. You would do a bit of maths and work that out to be roughly about 150 feet.
Okay.
Before we do anything else, Torik, the thingy jig that you just did the whizzy what's it with, does it do
The
anything
thingy
else?
jig wizzy, what's it? Okay.
Mhm.
Wizzy, what's it?
Yeah, that got us down here. I mean, are there other buttons? Does it do other things, or just get us to this level?
If there are any other buttons, I'm just gonna press them and be like, well, there is this one.
So you start to fiddle around with buttons, Torek, and sure enough, the platform starts to screech again, and the platform then starts to slowly ascend back up towards the kind of cave entrance. However, as it rises, Rulan, looking through the hatch, you can see that one of these guide rails appears to be broken and bent out of shape in an area where you were just kind of stuck at.
In what direction is that, sorry?
So underneath you,
Right.
kind of back down at the level where you just were before Torek started raising the platform.
Ah, so we're stuck. So we haven't gone the complete journey of the elevator. We're stuck
getting
on the rail.
Well, if we get back down to there, maybe we can push it back into place.
Well, so are we seeing this through the hatch?
Yeah, through the hatch. However, it does seem that this is this railing is on the other side of a shaft from where the hatch is located.
I can
Ah.
underneath.
Well, the spider climb gloves
Oh,
work
perfect.
for 8 hours.
I think so, off the top of my head, yeah.
So I could probably crawl underneath along, like I could Spider-Man crawl across the ceiling, maybe, and well, across the underneath of the platform, and try and well, I need a way of breaking the rail, I guess, to get us loose. Tarek, do you have any acids or anything that might eat through the metal?
Or shove it back into place.
I
don't know
do
if it's
actually have a
steel, I
little
don't know if I can shoot.
something that might do it. Do you recall the forgotten the name of the creature, the one with lots of heads?
The Hydra, yeah. It's
Oh yeah, that's
forget
the one.
that
Yeah, I've still got its venom. Oh wait, no, it's a venom gland, not an acid gland. Did it do acid? I'm gonna do a quick
It was
nature
no,
roll.
it was the purple worm thing that you got the acid from.
I can't remember if I've already used that.
I seem to recall you using it, but I cannot for the life of me remember when. Was it the Diablos?
The Diabolos, I still have the parts to.
No, as in, like, did you use the purple worm acid? Because you used acid to kill that. I'm just struggling to recall just off the top of my head whether it was the purple worm acid or whether that was just.
Oh no! Didn't you use the acid to
It was
make
the flask launcher, but I don't know whether he used the acid to make that.
Did you not use the acid to make the thingo, the glyph? Because that acid explosion that melted all of those guys in the cave.
Oh yeah, I powered it up with. That's exactly what I did. Oh, it killed 4 people instantly.
Like horrendously.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Imagine just like walking up to a throbbing gland on the wall and being like, "What the hell is that?" And it just explodes like an alien's prop.
And that's the last thing you ever see.
Oh. No.
After about 5 to 10 seconds of agonizing death.
Mm-hmm.
Oh god, just melting nervous system. Anyway, I could try and hit it with a spell, but honestly, to get through metal, it'd probably take a bit more than acid. Metals are quite resistant.
My braze. My braze. My braze.
I prefer my blaze.
Yeah, edit it back. Sorry, our Norwegian friend isn't going to get the reference. I don't know then. Well, I guess having an actual look at like where the guardrail kind of Well, first of all, looking at it a bit closely, is it the guardrail? Can we deduce that it is the guardrail that's keeping us jammed?
It looks like that would impede the progress of the elevator. Yeah.
Is there any particularly like rusted spots that look like they might break easily?
It's quite thick steel. This has clearly been built to support quite a lot of weight. It looks like any rusting would be superficial and surface level only.
Yeah, we're going to need something special to try and get us loose. For now, I don't think I've got anything. What about at the point where it's jammed? Does it look like?
It just appears that the rail has snapped and been deformed in play, kind of like a little section. It's not a huge twist, but it's just enough that it's going to stop the kind of wheeled system from running down this thing.
So we need some kind of way of either pulling it loose or maybe breaking it at the point where it's jammed so it works itself out or something. No, don't think I've got anything that can help. I mean, Trish, you could always try just blasting it.
Yeah. I was just thinking that. Prestidigitation doesn't fix things, though, does it? No, but I could Eldritch Blast it.
Maybe I could try mending.
Yeah, that would maybe be
That
worth
makes
a try.
sense.
Well, can I? Well, I'll tell you what. Actually, my gloves aren't attuned. Are they? Or are they?
No, they are not.
So could I take them off and give them to Torek?
Yep.
Could
You could.
climb your way along, Torek, and
Yeah.
see if you can fix it up? Or has Torek got Torek doesn't like the idea of using an actual practical item. He'd rather come
Don't
up
you
with
dare
something
talk to me
ridiculous.
about practical gloves. I've been wearing practical gloves this whole damn campaign.
No, but Tarek would much rather come up with a far more convoluted way of levitating himself over there than just.
It's like just PC Master Race, just anything pre-built, he just turns his nose up at. Like you could get so much more RAM out of that for a fraction of a gold ruler. But yes, those aren't attuned to you, so
They would take a
persuade
while.
him. You could take those off.
They might be a bit loose on you. You know, your hands are a bit smaller than mine, but it would probably do the job.
I think I could get up there if you just give me 6 seconds.
Is that your usual pickup line?
Give me the chance. It's kind of hard, Torek finding love, bless him. He's too focused on soup anytime he's in a social situation.
Do you need one of us to hit you with some sort of blow dart? Is that what's going to happen?
No, that's impossible. I've destroyed the blowgun. We're never doing that again. I'm gonna be like quickly mixing up a potion of flight. There. So I drink it and I start to fly at a speed of 10 feet. Just slowly drifting by my boys. Like, oh, look at that! I could do it myself!
While we're doing this, how long do you have to rest for it to count as a short rest?
An hour
Okay.
is a short rest.
Carry on.
Just gain the new pool of temporary hit points. It's less. Oh.
What's that come to then? I didn't see those rolls.
So it's a 6 plus 5, so I've got 11 temporary hit points now instead, because you can't have temporary hit points from 2 separate things. Right?
That's true. So 11 temporary hit points. Okay, so Torek, you start to slowly fly.
Yeah, just using my hands to guide me up the surface.
Okay, so you kind of pull yourself to the hatch and fly down through it. till you get to the underside of a platform, kind of pulling yourself along to the other side. When you get there, you can quite clearly see the problem. This rail is clearly deformed out of shape, but nothing a little bit of gnomish attention can't solve. So you're going to whip out a magical equivalent of an oxyacetylene torch and start kind of heating this metal back up to a bright orange temperature. When it gets there, you kind of take a hammer and start to kind of beat this back into position. It's a powerful little torch you got there. It doesn't really take too long. Probably about 30 seconds by the time you're done. As I said, it wasn't a huge misalignment. It was just enough to
I see.
kind of jam. So you fix that up. Take a few measurements just to make sure. But you're satisfied with your work, and you guide yourself back up and through the hatch to your companions.
All good.
Seems to be just like just like taking off my welding goggles.
Like little black soot stains around his face. Like that.
Yeah.
Okay. Well,
Let's give it a try.
Okay, so you head back to the terminal and resume the descent. It's a little juddery, but after a few tense moments, you resume your downward trajectory. So it takes you about 6 seconds of further travel to reach the bottom. But when you get down there, Rulin leading the way with your illuminated spear, you can see that the kind of elevated platform has taken you to a small cavern, but you can see another large steel door. Only this time it appears the control terminal has survived. And once more, the door is decorated with this scaled fist around a broken horn, all set in a laurel of kind of wreath.
this is the same design as the city. What was the name of the city again? Let's hit me notes. Give me a sec.
They might have the rest of the plans for you, Torek.
Yep, that's exactly what Quiniel was looking for. He sent me here to see over the excavation and find the rest of the weapon. He's after it as well.
Oh, did we actually find the name of that city? I don't think we did we?
The Spider Underground one.
Yeah. I've got down some names of like the scientists and stuff, but I didn't actually put down a name of the actual. Okay.
And Guy means Quintilius, not Quiniel.
I thought so.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Big reveal.
Da-da-da.
We still need to go back and kick Ronfan's teeth in as well.
Why can't wizards just have normal goddamn names? Like Torek
Says
Triglaia. Yeah.
Well, to be fair, Torek only copied bloody Yorick,
Yeah.
who then ended up being Yendor. You burger.
That was funny.
I think we were using the same name generator.
would have quite happily run a campaign with Torek and Yorick, to be honest. Just that would have been funny.
Sound like, I don't know, Swedish twins or something.
Yorick,
Yorick.
Torek Yorickson and Yorick Torrickson.
Absolutely no relation whatsoever. Just
Yeah, just-
Yeah.
coincidence.
just happens to have worked out that way.
Oh god. If anyone asks, we're twins.
Yes.
No one else.
So yes, Quintilius is hoping to get his hands on the weapon as well.
Right.
In that case, we need to.
While
get a key
while we're on the subject, Tarek, you could have let us know that we weren't part of the deal when we were expecting to get here. And
I thought that would be self-explanatory. I got kidnapped!
you said that you'd made a deal and to meet you at this place. We assumed that they knew
I
we were
had
coming.
a 25-word limit!
Huh.
Okay.
Next time we'll stick with the dream communication. No limits on words there. Yes?
I didn't even know you could do that.
Yeah, I should have probably said something about that. Oh well. You know now.
Just don't come to me in a deep sleep. Ooh.
Anyway, you
That
think
laugh.
you can get this open? And while Rulin saying this, he's looking around for any telltale honeycomb fucking holes in the walls and shit, you know.
So, Rulin, you see nothing. It's not a particularly large cavern in the same way the previous facility was. It's really just probably looking at maybe about 40 feet between the elevator and the door, and then maybe about 20 wide.
Okay.
Large enough to facilitate getting to and from the door to the pad, but not much more.
How big is the door?
Large, probably about 15 foot tall and just as much wide. It's quite sizable.
Probably about the same size as the other one that we came across.
Yeah, similar. Similar construction. You can see it's again apparently all metallic.
So,
Clearly beyond the capabilities of today's nations to do.
Tarek, you want to give it a look-see?
I could give it a go over, sure.
So Tarek, by now, starting to pick up a basic familiarity with these kind of devices. So after a little bit of fiddling around, you manage to restore power to this device and coax the door open. The first thing that you notice as this opens is a particularly sooty smell. You all kind of have to cough and splutter a bit as the seal is broken on this door. But after a minute or so, the door is open to its full extent, and you're able to wander in. However, you can see straight away that this is also quite a large facility. You can see in a similar manner to the previous site what appears to be a larger kind of main thoroughfare leading down deeper into the earth towards a central complex. Indeed, spookily similar to the previous site, almost as if they were constructed from the same template or by the same architect. This time you don't see any signs of kind of conflict or damage like you did in the last one, bar a thick black soot towards the upper levels of the buildings and the ceiling of the cave.
Does it look like there's been a fire?
Roll me an intelligence check.
Intelligence. That is 21.
Triss, this bears all the telltale signs of a large-scale fire. What's more, it appears that the atmosphere is still heavy with the soot and the fumes. If there was ever a ventilation system in this place, it seems to have failed a long time ago. You should probably be careful of hypoxia.
Okay.
Okay. Is there anything that I can see amongst the soot?
At the minute, no. The buildings are stone in their construction. Again, similar to what you saw previously.
Okay.
If there were any corpses down here, they've long since rotted away or burnt.
Let's head towards the location where we found the plans in the last city. See if it is laid out the same.
Okay.
Alrighty, so you
Is
guys.
there any suggestions for how we can make our way through here without, dying?
I have no idea.
I guess I'll
Alright.
just put one of my sleeves around my face and just try not to breathe in too much shit.
Yeah, I feel I'd do the same, just like lifting up my neck clothes over my face and just proceed onward. Just in case, shall we? I'm gonna cast aid on the party.
Do I still have damp socks?
You didn't specifically say you had used prestidigitation on your socks. You did say your kind of coat and all that, so I'll give you the benefit of the doubt and say they are at least damp.
I'm going to take off one of my socks and put it up against my face, hoping
After
that the dampness will help.
After that dragon came out, I've got damp underwear. I can.
Oh, Rulin, what a treat.
Alrighty. So you wrap these coverings around your face, and start to make your way down into the depths of this facility. From what you could see, the damage. Whilst the soot is extensive, the evidence of fire doesn't seem to be present at your current location. It seems more like the kind of a rising nature of warm air has carried a lot of the fumes and the soot up this far. So you head on down, and as the previous settlement was, so is this in terms of layout. The main kind of hub appears to be down towards the center, and you can see now, drawing closer, this facility seems to have more obvious signs of fire damage rather than just smoke and soot stains on it. It appears the doors have long since burnt out, leaving you free to enter.
Who wants to go first?
Someone big want to go first, or?
Okay, well, with the I guess with the spear light leading the way, I'll tentatively investigate.
Be careful, friends. Flying sharks can be discovered in this area. Just gliding through the air.
Everyone
Just
knows
as
that
the
Torik's
last of my
joking, but
stuff is-
still kind of looks up a little bit at the same time. Just
just
Yeah. Okay. So you push through the kind of burnt remnants of whatever door was once here. It's quite obvious that a lot of the contents here have succumbed to the flame. But as you make your way through, you start to see that whilst the rest of the facility seems to have been created in a similar manner to the previous one you found, this large building appears to have been built for a different purpose. You can see through kind of various thin slit windows, large kind of open spaces, or well, rooms, I suppose, carved, so probably about 200 meters long, but only about 40 wide, stretching off out from a main corridor. And you can see machinery in various states of repair have been kind of strewn around through these. You do also see the same kind of door leading into a room at the end of this corridor. However, this door appears to be metal and is indeed intact.
Let's go have a closer look at that door.
yes.
Alrighty, so the door again stands out as being the only real survivor of this fire, but it appears to be either locked or jammed shut to your advances.
Is there some kind of control mechanism, like similar to the elevator kind of thing?
If there was, it seems to have been destroyed in the fire.
Okay.
shit. Could I have
about-
a?
Sorry.
Oh, sorry. I was gonna just think. This fire seems to have claimed everything here. Could this have been purposeful on the side of the Tildracia, kind of like covering their tracks, kind of thing, or was this caused by a beast?
Roll me an investigation. Hi.
Looking for accelerants.
I'm gonna genius point that up to make it a 14.
14, you say? It appears that this was Hibonite induced. There's all the scorch marks in. Quite obviously, you can see on the metal door kind of heat patterns that you would expect from ignition sources significantly hotter than your standard kind of house fire.
My God, the exothermic potential! Look,
Could be
this is
whatever
this
they were
is-
experimenting on. They got out of control.
maybe. I'm not convinced, however.
Well, their other city was itself a research facility. So maybe they were doing something similar here, except they got out of hand.
Or maybe they just didn't want anyone else to know.
Either way, I want to go onto the other side of that door. I don't have the ability to dimension door until I've had a rest, though.
Well, so the door is made of this same steel, hardened, whatever, advanced steel. But like, what about like the walls and whatever around it?
Apparently carved from a rock. They're stone.
So this isn't part of like a building. This is set into the actual.
This
wall
is just
of
the
cavern.
buildings are all carved from a cavern, essentially.
Oh right, okay. I see what you're saying. So I'm gonna have to get this door open somehow. Can I look around, like at the hinges of the door, at the opening of the door, see if there's any weaknesses, maybe?
Yeah, so you have a look at the door. The hinges are on the outside, so you can see them, and it suggests that the door opens towards you. It appears as a keyhole.
Ah. Keyhole. A normal key-shaped keyhole.
From the looks of it.
Tarek?
Sorry.
I'm on it. And I get my tools.
Alrighty. So Tarek, I'm going to need a sleight of hand check at disadvantage, please.
It's cool. I'm just going to roll 2 20s anyway.
Okay.
Fuck.
I was going to say I'll try and give them some help by shining the light in there a little bit, but
Alright, so you are near Braxton as well, I guess. So factor that in when you work that out.
Oh, so that's an additional d4.
Plus
Cool.
5.
Oh, +5. Sorry. Ignore that d4.
well, no, the D4 is from help. I guess, is it? Or is that the actual spell help?
That's a spell.
Yeah.
Cool. That gives me a +13 modifier to. Wow, I'm really good at picking locks when I'm around you. So that's 17. Jesus.
Just
Just
the
need
opposite
pencil.
of a paladin, just like trying to encourage you to do dodgy shit. Just like, come on,
we believe in you, Tarek.
we'll get you in.
I do like the idea of that, a paladin that just encourages people to be a cunt.
for the good
Nice
reasons.
character idea.
Doesn't care what you're doing, but it'll help you reach your full potential while doing it. Okay, Tarek. So it takes you a little longer than usual. Obviously, being a Tildrashi lock, it's a little different in the complex details, but ultimately, a lock's fairly similar, regardless of the culture. At the end of the day, so after a few minutes, you start to feel these tumblers falling into place. Meanwhile, Triss, roll me a medicine check at disadvantage.
Okay. Watch me roll like shit again. That would be. What am I thinking? What is it? 7.
So as you watch Torek struggling, you can't help but burst out into a fit of giggles as he clearly struggles for a little bit before getting in.
Uh-oh.
Chris, you okay?
Yeah. It's so funny watching him struggle. He's normally so proficient with locks.
Well, excuse me, if I don't get it in the right hole first time, that's no cause for laughter.
I disagree.
Well, in a way, almost to suggest that he's rebuking your laughter, Torek swings the door open into what appears to be an overseer's office of sorts. A desk is apparent with what appears to be a mostly decayed form slumped over the desk. The rest of the room appears to be soot damaged.
Is there anything that looks like a board, like a whiteboard or whatever it was, like a display board, similar to where we found the other plans?
There appears to be a large portrait of, well, something. You can't really tell now. The damage to it has obscured what the original subject may have been.
Can I use prestidigitation to try and remove the dirt and the grime and see if there's anything left?
Yeah, sure. So you can use prestidigitation to very gently remove the kind of worst of it. And whilst the heat seems to have damaged some of the coloration to it, with the soot gone, you can see that the portrait appears to be of a kind of an urban scene. It appears to portray a series of silver scaled figures in quite ornate clothing, clearly having a discourse of sorts in front of a particularly grand structure. The kind of stylistic choices and posing of the kind of characters in this suggest that this was an important event or discussion or scene from a moment in history, perhaps.
Tarek, any of this look like something you would be interested in?
Yes, absolutely. And I start kind of just taking down anything I can into the journal, just as per usual.
So, having recently come face to face with Tildrache, you can confirm these are indeed them. Clearly, it was at some point before the collapse. However, you have no recollection of any kind of similarities between events you know of.
Could I have a look? Is there like desk drawers or anything?
Yeah, there are a few drawers to the desks.
Could I have a look through the drawers and see if there's anything of note in there?
Sure. So you have a rummage through there, Triss, and you find what appears to be a kind of a smaller than average leather-bound book. It appears the drawer has saved this from the worst of the soot.
Ooh, can I have a look through?
Mm-hmm. So it takes you a while for your innate powers to start to translate this for you, but as it gets through, it appears to be a logbook of sorts, relaying events taking place within this facility. Most of them seem to be of the nature you would expect a quartermaster to write. Things like levels of supply, requests for additional resources, things like that. However, as the book comes to an end, starts to get a more personal note. And the last couple of pages are more sooted than the rest of the book, and they appear to, in depth, describe a significant outbreak of fire consuming the facility. It appears that whoever this poor chap was, he managed to lock himself in the office after the fire broke off, but soon found himself cut off from any means of escape. But before that, it does seem that these Tildrache were making progress on their assigned task. He makes various references to the device and testing thereof. It seems that they were almost there. with their mission.
Oh, jeez, what a terrible fate. Perhaps we could deduce what the source of the fire and destruction was by anything.
The body is decayed, isn't it?
Yeah, it's not in a good way. This is desiccated beyond any hope of revival. Or
Okay.
So you would say it's been dead for longer than a minute?
Considerably, yes.
Dang!
Well, shit.
Alright, we've got to
Lovely.
time travel so I can revivify him.
I have a pocket watch that can let you view 24 hours into the past. Oh. That's the best kind of time travel that we get, I think. I always forget I've got that as well. It was useful that one time. Does it say anywhere in his journal about where the fire originated?
He seems to, from his writing, it looks like he's not entirely sure the exact point, but it either it came from somewhere in this facility, in this like main hub of. At least that's what he seems to think in his journal.
What was that, sorry?
He doesn't really know whereabouts the fire started, but it was somewhere in the facility. Okay.
Well, I think this guy has probably obviously starved to death. I don't think there's any point in examining the body, per se.
Well, actually, has he got? Well, if I try and search him or search around him, has he got like a set of keys or anything that might unlock any other doors?
So you reach down, and sure enough, he does have a keychain on. Well, I suppose it's really just resting on the chair, having long since rotted away out of any pockets. But yes, you brush off what you hope wasn't once organic matter and take this keychain. It appears to have a couple of keys, one of which clearly is for the door you just picked.
I like the thought of Torek being the one taking the keys. Allow me, grave robbing is my profession.
Okay. You want to hand them over?
The difference between grave robbing and archaeology is just a matter of patience, isn't it? You've got to give it a certain amount of time.
Yeah. No, archaeologists are just grave robbers with ambition.
I suppose while we're at it, I mean, this guy's dead. He's not going to mind. I'll see if there's any other items of interest lying around.
I don't know why I've just got Torek in my head doing like a meet the sniper. What? No, Dad. One's a mental sickness and the other's a profession. Just
That's literally going to be it when I meet my overbearing Asian-style parents. Oh, dear, I already know what's going to happen.
Oh, I cannot wait for that day. Yeah, so you find this kind of keychain.
I try it to the room we're already in. It kind of seems like the obvious one that it would fit to this.
One of the keys does indeed seem to operate this lock.
Well, one fewer mystery. Looking
Torek,
at the other
roll me an investigation, actually.
Ooh. +5. And +5 from being near Braxton? Braxton?
I think the wording is it's on saving throws, so I don't think it should be like this.
Ability checks.
Yeah. So that's just a flat 10.
It seems that somebody's meddled with a lock on this side of the door in the office, almost as if something
Oh.
was put over the keyhole to try and block it.
Oh. From the inside?
From the inside.
He was trying to keep the soot out,
That is a possibility.
or the smoke from the fire.
Does the rest of the door fall into Roland's theory? Has he kind of like is there any evidence that he tried to pad out the other gaps in the door?
No, but from the construction of the door, you suspect it likely wasn't necessary. It was a very tight seal.
See. Poor bastard.
It's probably the smoke that did him in. So I've researched every drawer, every cupboard, or anything within in the office.
Well, you've had a look through the drawers.
Is there any other shelving units or anything around?
Not visibly obvious to you.
The portrait that's on the wall,
Yep, Triss has given that a clean.
does it can it be removed from the wall?
I'm sure you could give it a go.
Let's give it a try.
So sure enough, the portrait does come off the wall to reveal a safe. This one appears to be a combination.
Okay. Okay, we've been through this before, haven't we? We can try and. Who is it? Did it? Triss tried to tune into it magically or something?
Yeah, I can't remember how we got around this now.
Or was it? It was Triss or Tori? Like you tuned into it to try and detect any magical movements while we were playing around with the.
Yeah, I used detect magic while Torek undid it, I think.
Right. Yeah.
Do you want
So,
to
yeah.
try doing that again?
Yeah.
We can certainly try.
Okay,
Wants to fall.
so you guys attempt this, and sure enough, the safe seems to be of a similar construction. After a little bit of fiddle around, Torek, you hear a soft click as a mechanism whirs the bolt back into its housing, and you're able to open this safe door.
Hmm. I swing open the safe.
And you see what appears to be a stack of papers.
Ooh.
Well. The rest of the designs, I presume.
It's probably the least exciting kind of treasure you can find in a safe, but okay.
Don't forget, Roland, that the things contained on paper, knowledge, is the greatest treasure of all. After all, this is a weapon that can kill gods.
Mhm.
And on that very convincing bit of roleplay, Braxton, you notice that the others have started to slur their words a little bit.
Can I do a medicine check to see if I sort of...
Yes, you can.
That's just a flat 12.
It's definitely not normal. The outburst of giggles from Triss earlier, you suspect may have been connected.
Guys, are you all feeling okay? And as I say that, do I notice if I'm slurring at all?
You're okay. You're actually feeling okay, Braxton.
Okay, so others feeling okay?
How am I feeling?
You've got a headache and you can hear a slight ringing in your ears.
How am I feeling?
Rulin, you're starting to feel a little unbalanced on your feet. You've also got a bit of a migraine starting to crackle in the front of your temples.
I'm sure that's perfectly healthy.
Being the kind of guy who is quite in tune with my body, can I figure out what's going on with myself?
Roll a medicine at disadvantage.
That's 10.
10. The air does start to feel a bit clingy in here.
I think maybe we've spent too much time in this place. Maybe the soot and what have you isn't doing us any good.
Time to get out?
Can't hear you over the ringing.
I think maybe we should get those papers and just head back out to the outside the door, the main door, maybe get some cleaner
Away from-
air.
Yes.
That's a good idea. Okay. Let's bounce.
Alrighty. So you guys make your way back out of the kind of office you'd just been in and start to make your way back up the corridor. Preston, you watch as the others kind of stumbling a little bit in places. Rulin seems to be the most composed of them all, but it appears that Triss is suffering quite a bit. Already fatigued from the cold, she's struggling a little bit and kind of stops to catch a breath in one of these doorways. Roll me a perception.
Braxton.
Yes, please.
Uh, 19.
So, as you come to help Triss up, out of the corner of your eye, through one of these burnt-out doorways, leading into one of these large rooms, you see what appears to be an intact metal crate of sorts.
Can I go see if there's any markings on the crate?
Sure. So you make your way into a room and kind of push your way past what appears to be fire-damaged machinery. It seems that there's like one large device centered on a kind of raised platform. It appears to be the main focus of it, but it appears to be all blacked out and sooted up beyond any obvious recognition. However, as you make your way over to the crate, you see that it has clearly got signs of burn damage on the outside, but the crate itself has held up. It does, however, have a slot for a key.
Torek, quick! Before we leave, can we try this crate here?
You need to speak up. I can't hear you over the ringing.
Just walk over to Torek and take the keys.
Yeah.
Okay, so it takes you a couple of tries. You get on your third go, but you hear the lock engage with the key, and there's a slight hiss as the crate opens. And as you lift it up, you can see that there appears to be a almost like a padded layer at the bottom of this crate with what appears to be cutouts for 3 objects. However, only one is currently present. At first glance, it appears to be a cylindrical metal object, probably about 30 feet from tip to tail and maybe about 10 centimeters wide. However, as you lift this up, you feel it's got quite a weight to it. And one end seems to be capped in a dazzlingly yellow crystal.
Triss, is this thing magical?
I'll cast Detect Magic on it.
Triss, you step forward to use Detect Magic, but you just get a shockwave of psychic backlash as you approach it. Your patron doesn't want you anywhere near that thing.
I'm gonna just sort of shake my head and back away from it.
What was wrong there, Triss?
Rantigoth doesn't want me near that thing. It's not okay.
Azora is obviously fine with me being here. Maybe it's significant to some religion. Can I do a religion check to see if it's some sort of artifact?
Yeah, rolled up.
That's at 11.
So it bears no obvious holy markings or depictions of any gods. It's relatively mundane in terms of any ornamentation to it.
Yeah. And the gem, do I know what type of gem that is?
Well, I mean, Arcana.
Wow.
It's on the tip of your tongue, but you just can't place it. You're starting to feel a little dizzy yourself now, Braxton.
Shall we take it outside, maybe?
Yes, and quickly. I'm not feeling so great.
Okay. I'll try and give Triss an arm to help her out. She's a bit unsteady. We'll start making our way back towards the main door.
Okay, so you guys make your way back up the kind of a slope and out back towards the elevator shaft. And as you reach the platform, it becomes significantly easier to get a deep breath. You hadn't really noticed while you were down there, but you'd been breathing quite quickly and shallow. Whereas, yeah, it feels definitely a lot fresher up here. Still has that definite cave flavour to it, but less soot.
Is there some sort of, I don't know, investigation or whatever to figure out exactly what's going on there?
It would be medicine.
Well, I've already failed that. I do. Yeah, okay, no, I've already failed it. Or it wasn't affecting Braxton as much as the rest of us. He's just
At the end.
Well, yeah, you're starting to have an easier time breathing now. The kind of dizziness subsides a little bit after a little while out here.
maybe if we need to go back in, we should do it. I don't know. Quickly go in and quickly come out again. Don't stay in there for too long, perhaps. Or maybe we should read through these papers and such while we're out in the fresh air.
Read through the papers, decide whether we need to go back in. It's probably better
See if
to
we
avoid
can.
it. If we
Maybe
can.
it says something in there about whatever this thing Braxton has. So it's a 30-foot long pole.
I think
What's-
that's been a miss.
Sorry, did I say 30 feet? I meant 30 centimeters.
Yeah, that's what I
Hell
assumed.
of
Oh, right.
a hell
Okay.
of a
Yeah.
misnomer. Yeah, no, that's my bad. I meant 30 centimeters.
Okay.
D&D
35.
Imperial mode.
It's 30 centimeters long with some yellow crystal at one end.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I'm glad we caught that and cleared that up right now, because that could have led to some confusion later on.
That's what I was thinking. Is it some kind of fucking spear, like giant fucking dragon spear or something? We're going to use it to kill that dragon. Like...
No,
Does
it's portable.
Yeah.
No
That's good,
worries.
because when you said it's got some weight to it, I was like, I actually fucking think so. It's 30 feet long.
It's fucking enormous.
Surprised Braxton could even pick it up at all.
Yeah, just like nonchalantly puts it in his back pocket, with his
Okay.
other hunting lance or something.
Does the yellow crystal look like hibernite, maybe?
It looks suspiciously like hibernite, although it's gleaming quite a significant amount more than the hibernite you've encountered in the past.
Could it be they found a way to refine the hibernite somehow?
Could it be some sort of focus?
Under the assumption that Triss has just been watching this happen, she's gonna wander over and cast Identify on it.
And once again, you are going to get a wave of psychic energy when you get within 5 feet of that.
Ah, yikes.
Maybe you should
Okay.
hang back a bit, Triss. Maybe you should read through these papers, see if you can find anything in there.
Yeah, sure. I'll have a look at the papers instead.
Okay, so you start leafing through them, and very quickly it becomes apparent these are largely technical in nature. Whilst you understand the words, like you know all of the words, you've never seen them used in that order before. The drawings don't make much sense to you.
Everyone simultaneously turns and looks at Torek.
Yeah. Well, give me a long rest, and I'd be able to cast Identify myself and find out for good. But I could perhaps give my grand mind the challenge. This thing has energy way more powerful than Hibernite we've come across, and it's 30 centimeters long, so it's about the same size as a wand.
Yeah, give or take.
Is this the weapon?
Excited sneeze.
Well,
I coughed. Sorry.
you've never seen a weapon like it.
This should be probably stored somewhere very, very safe. It contains more energy than. Do you remember that forest fire we created by mistake?
How could
I
I
wish I
forget?
could forget.
Yes, we were all held equal responsibility for this fire.
Triss,
Sure.
Mm-hmm.
do you still have your tiara?
Yes.
Could you try putting it on and then interacting with things?
Okay, I'll do that.
That gave like immunity or whatever to psychic effect, didn't it? Can't remember exactly.
I can't remember either. I don't have it noted down for some reason.
Well, it worked against. What did it work against? What did we use it against? Can't remember now.
I don't know, I've gone blank.
See what happens.
We could try casting it.
We don't know how it works. I wouldn't say we should try using it when we, look what happened in there, Torek.
Does it bear a resemblance to the schematics we've seen for the god-killing weapon, or is this something different?
Oh, well, you don't know. You haven't looked at these latest schematics. Only Triss has had a flick through those.
Oh, I thought I had like prior schematics that led me onto these ones.
Yeah, but they those ones relate only to the device that you've seen Quiniel talking about and Quintilius has built.
The stones.
Well, let's take a look at the new schematics then.
Pass them on.
Okay, so you hand them down to Torek, who is better suited for the technical side to this. So Torek, you have a quick skim through the drawings. You don't bother diving too deeply into the kind of calculations, of which there are many, many pages. From what you can see, the kind of design in question here bears no resemblance to the item that is currently in Braxton's possession. However, it appears to be an extension to the schematic you've already seen. You see quite clearly indications of where these two are supposed to be connected. It appears whatever this device in the schematic is seems to be a way of directing a significant sum of energy towards a target point, namely towards the other segment of the machine.
So essentially, this is a catalyst between the two systems.
It'll take you a bit more digging to find out what exactly the part Braxton has to play in all of that.
Is there any indication of what the other part looks like?
From the designs, it looks to be fairly long, probably about at least 3 meters in length. The base of it is quite large and solid, with a fair few moving parts, but the main kind of portion of the device, the one that the technical details go most in depth into, appears to be cylindrical in nature.
So whatever this larger unit is.
It integrates with this to complete the functions of it.
Whatever that might be.
I know what it is.
Torek,
Okay.
there was space for 2 more of these in the crate, but they weren't there.
Really?
Yes.
What could that mean? Could I do a roll to see if we would need 3 of these components, or if this is just the last of its kind?
So you wouldn't really need to do a check for that. Just a few more kind of more in-depth glances at the notes tell you that it appears that only one of these components is apparently listed in the blueprint schematic.
So, Tarek, you said you know what this thing is?
So, yeah, but the compartment being able to hold 3 of them is perplexing to me. Were they trying to make multiple machines, perhaps?
It might explain
Multiple machines of what,
the
Tarek?
fire
What-
as well.
This is a part of a weapon that is able to be used and kill deities outright.
Oh.
Quintilius wants his hands on it, so he can kill your patron. And I point to Triss. He calls your patron the Void Keeper.
He.
Interesting.
You don't think Rantagoth is a collector? Could he have collected Kovtara?
I believe that was his intention. I don't.
Sorry.
So, if Rantagoth was killed, power of Kovtara would be released.
Possibly.
But we already got the piece of Kovtara that Rantagoth had. Or it was a very... Oh no, we got
No,
the...
he gave us a fake, is what he gave
Yeah.
us.
Yeah, he gave us a fake, of course.
It
And,
was
by the way,
Adoa was the one that we gave the actual piece of Kovtara to. Or rather, his servants.
Yeah, Quintilius knew that it was a fake, didn't he? I haven't written it explicitly in my notes, but I remember him saying that it was a disappointment.
I thought he bought that. I can't remember now though.
He did it first.
Tarek, maybe you need to catch us up on whatever else might have happened while you were away, because you seem to know an awful lot that you've not told us.
Okay. Look, all I know is that he sent me here. Thanks. The only thing that was keeping me alive, by the way, was the fact that I was an archaeologist. He wanted me to look over the expedition into these halls and acquire the rest of the schematics.
Right.
Oh, and also the scales that are growing on the back of my hand are due to extensive hibernite exposure. I absorbed the energy and now my body is mutating to deal with the radiations.
Oh.
Fancy holding this thing, Tarek?
Oh, I suppose that does make sense. Yeah, I like to think Torek goes on like a small monologue. Like hibernite has tremendous radiation poisoning effects, such as like vomiting blood and losing hair, and you're like, oh, yeah, you hold it.
Here you go.
Yeah, so Tarek takes this off you, Braxton, much to your relief.
So, Quintilius didn't tell you why he wanted to kill Rantagoth. But we know he wants to unleash Kovtara on the world, so killing Rantagoth is somehow going to...
I believe he described him as a wrench in the machine, so to speak. His presence complicates things. He made it out to be to me. I am getting this right, aren't I, Crispy?
Yeah, you're on track.
Yep.
Is this the... what's it they call it? It's that narrative system. The unreliable narrator.
Yeah. And, God, my notes are just terrible. I took more notes about the party that ambushed us. Strauss, Lorenzo, Tobias, and Otto. All those guys. But I probably should have taken more notes about, deities in the end of the world.
Yeah. So where is Quintilius now?
He's to the west. I think
West.
that... Yes, I was drawn over here by whatever the carts without wheels are called, and they brought me over from the west,
Whatever the
very
what
northern
without what?
side. What?
Carts without wheels?
Yeah, there's the things that are pulled along by dogs.
Oh, okay. I thought you meant like a flying fucking carpet or something.
Dogs can't fly. Whatever. Look.
That's the way Tarek brushes over all, carts without wheels. Yes, of course, carts without wheels. That makes total sense.
Yes, he held me at a heavily fortified area with incredible machines built by the dwarves. So I believe it's somewhere within the unified clans of Nordhammer for sure. Perhaps he is hidden in the final Tildrashi site, but I can't be certain.
I
Okay.
don't think it's the final one either, is it? There's still this one down here.
Wait, we didn't go to that one?
Don't think we did. Or did we?
Against that one.
You bypassed that one.
Why did we bypass that one?
We just never ended up in that direction. We've always had more pressing concerns.
Heck. Right. So, do you think we could get anything else from this structure, or do you think we're done? Because a lot of everything was burnt, and it was kind of a miracle that something was in a case that was protected from the outer heats in the first place.
Yeah, the devastation was fairly widespread.
Sort of sounds like what we need is what Braxton has there. And this other piece of machinery, did Cotillius give you any idea of whether or not he already had one of the pieces? Or
Oh no, yeah, he does.
so he has this
remember,
other...
remember, I had them on my person the first time I was we were incarcerated. So
What?
well, you know, when didn't we have essentially, yes, he does have a copy. I think he got it while I was getting my finger cut off, right?
No, that was before he told you
Ah.
that Ronfern managed to procure a copy from a Quiniel's study.
That makes more
Copy
sense.
of what?
The first set of schematics from the first Tildrash site in the Sanctity Initiative.
So Quintilius doesn't have what Braxton has right there.
As
No.
far as you are aware, no.
But there is a schematic to whatever Quintilius does have back at Kirenwin.
He has the same schematic that you guys have got on account of Ronfern providing it to him.
He needs schematic 1 and 2. He's got 1. We have 2. Karen Win has 1.
Okay.
However, if Guy remembers, he has actually built a functional schematic, or like machine from the first schematic already.
Okay. But as long as he doesn't have what we have right here, he can't use the machine.
We could destroy it.
I would vote destroy it.
And how would you propose you destroy Hibernite in an even more concentrated state?
I was actually talking about the schematics.
True.
Burn the schematics.
Or
Yeah.
here's another thought. Perhaps, well, as we know, Hibernite is an incredibly volatile piece of material. Maybe we could alter the schematics in such a way to cause the machine to backfire when Quintilius tries to use it. Torek, you think you might be capable of something like that?
Maybe.
That way we could attempt the same thing again, maybe make another version of whatever this is that Braxton has.
That would involve
sabotaged.
forgery of ancient schematics.
Well, we do know a certain someone who's helped us with something like this before.
There's a difference between faking a passport and faking a Tildrashi artifact to the point where Tildrash would know the difference.
This is in Rantigoth's best interests.
Well, certainly. And at the very least, I'm sure he would appreciate knowing that this device exists. maybe he could give us some help at least with trying to disable it.
Hmm.
It wouldn't, of course, involve going back into Nordhammer, where we run the risk of Quintilians.
Or I try and contact him through dreams. I've never done it before, but I could give it a go.
How about you show him the schematics through the eye?
Yeah, that's a good idea. Alright, I'm gonna immediately eyeball the schematics.
Everyone behind the X-ray screen.
Okay, so Triss, you kind of eyeball these schematics. And you get a little bit of a delay before you get an answer, and I'm actually going to type that out to you. You can use that information how you like.
Oh, intrigue! Oh shit. Maybe burning the schematics isn't enough.
Why?
Because I've seen them.
They'll know that you've seen them.
I-
You'll be submitting yourself to torture.
And Quintilius is an incredibly powerful psionic.
In what way?
I saw him twist a dwarf's head off with his mind.
Oh.
Hmm.
Well, I assume he can't do that from a distance. As long as we don't go near Quintilius, we should be okay.
No, my thoughts are that if he's able to do that, how far do you think away he is from reading minds?
Torek, do you still have a copy of the first schematics?
Oh, that's a really good question. Hang on. I don't know. I think I gave.
I thought you did take a copy of them.
Oh, I gave the original copy over for them to be copied.
Oh.
The question is, did I get given the originals back, or
You would have.
well,
Quiniel
oh.
would have returned those after he would have
Okay.
transcribed them.
Quintilius. Quintilius?
No, because Guy was showing Aquiniel back in Garawan. That's how him and Horus were going to set about trying to make the first part of the machine. Aquiniel needed to make a copy of the schematics so they could work while you guys were away.
When did that happen?
Last time you were there, I think, or might have been the time before that.
I must have missed that session.
Possibly.
Okay, could I take a look at those, please?
Yeah, sure, of course. Wait, why?
So we can get a copy. But Rantigoth wants to know the full process.
I look to the rest of the party. It feels like a bad idea.
Well, he's more on our side than Kaftara is.
Yes, but he's still an elder god, right? An outside thing.
What does he want them for, Triss?
I don't know, Rulin. He doesn't give me the full story. I just get part of it. He's a collector. It might just be the knowledge that he's interested in.
Well, could it if he had a copy of the schematics, could he potentially make his own version of this?
I assume, possibly.
Then maybe that's not what we want. Or rather, maybe we should start making some demands ourselves. If he wants this knowledge, then he needs to give us something in return.
He is going to give us the falsified schematics in return.
That's could be our way of dealing with Quintilius once and for all. I mean, we know he's an incredibly powerful ancient being. Fighting him the traditional way likely wouldn't work. We need something special to take him out. A god-killing machine backfiring on him might just be the way to do it.
I don't quite know how to make demands of Rentigoff.
Well, if he's offered to provide us with this altered schematic, enough that it would convince Quintilius it was the real deal.
True.
So, Torek, what exactly was your agreement? You would find this schematic for Quintilius, and then what?
Then bring it back to him.
And in exchange,
Come to think of it, he didn't really offer anything in exchange. He just said what he wanted and didn't kill me.
okay, well, he didn't know that we would find you, so I assume he thought you would be under Wolfus's control the entire time, and once you had the schematics, Wolfus would have the schematics, and therefore it wouldn't be an issue. But now we have the upper hand, thanks to the dragon.
We should move. If Wolfus gets the message back that we've raided the site, then they could be teleporting people here right now.
Okay. We need to make a choice quickly as well about whether.
I think you should let Rantagoth see the other schematics, and in exchange, he'll provide us with the altered schematics.
Okay.
That's my thoughts. It's a risk, but what other weapon do we have against Kovtara?
Suppose you're right. This still feels like a bad idea for me, but I would hand over the schematic.
Okay. I'm gonna eyeball the schematic with my hand over it, or over part of it, and try and ask him to give us some upper hand with fighting Quintilius.
So you glance over this schematic with the eye, and you sense kind of like this instant hit of dopamine as like something in your body just triggers a wave of euphoria, Triss. And soon a green tear starts to slowly eke itself into existence, out of which a manuscript emerges. You hand it over to Torek, and on close inspection, Torek, it bears an almost identical similarity to the schematic you found in that temple. However, several key components are significantly different.
Forgery has been crafted.
The forgery has been crafted.
So, Torek, does it look convincing?
Yeah, I look over it. I'm guessing it looks pretty damn convincing.
It does, yep. You, if you would have found that in that vault, and that had been the first one you'd seen, you would have tried to build this machine.
Ooh. I better remember which one's which. How exactly am I going to determine which one's which?
I'm sure you can probably remember.
No, that's too easy.
Okay.
Okay, the real one. I'm gonna make the top left of the schematics smell like lemon.
Okay.
It now smells like lemon.
The which one?
The real one.
The real
Wait,
one smells
or was
like
it the
lemon.
fake one?
You are left in possession of one lemon scented and one unscented schematic. One of which will most likely backfire horribly. Only Torek knows the difference.
I just love the thought of we found the gnome frozen in the wastes with many perfume bottles of several different citruses and 2 schematics that now reek.
So, what should we do with the real schematic then? Should we destroy it?
Well, give it a good whiff. Do you think it's convincing lemon, or do you think it's...
Wheeler just kind of stares at him.
What? Well, I think that one of you should take it.
The real one?
Yeah. They'll be expecting me to carry the real one. I'll be carrying the fake one.
I could shove it at the bottom of my basket underneath some of the other shit I've got in here.
I could put it in my bag of holding.
Oh yeah, that would also be
Might be
a better idea.
Slightly more secure sort of place for it.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so you.
I'm not planning on putting any hibernite in my bag of holding, so.
Can't imagine why.
But then also, well, it's one thing to keep the real schematic away from him, but we also need to keep the actual real article away from him. So, what do we do with the one thingy that Braxton has? We can't. I mean, it's all it's all well and good, giving him a fake schematic, but if we give him the actual item itself, he won't need the schematic.
What Torek has is one part in a very complex machine. It would be unlikely that he could manufacture a functional device with just that one part.
But I thought he'd already manufactured the other part.
Yes, but out of the second schematic, this bit that Torek has is but one part. It's not the entirety. It's not the actual.
I thought it was a 2-piece thing. So that one thingy is one part, and what Quintilius has made is the second part.
The schematic indicates that the second part of the machine is significantly larger. Wouldn't be man portable at all. Torek has merely one part from it.
Oh, okay, so there's 2 schematics. One that Quintilius has already built, and then the second schematic. This little one piece is just one part of the second schematic.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. Well, Torek, is this part that we have here part of the schematic that's been altered?
You mean this wand, for lack of a better term?
Yes.
No, I reckon it's part of the thing that works, right?
No, but I mean, as part of the fake schematic, like, would this part function differently of part of the fake schematic? Do we not want Quintilius to get hold of this?
Oh, that's a question. Essentially, you're asking does this piece kind of give away the fact that this is a fake bit?
Yeah, kind of.
Well, hey, Mr. GM, man.
So, looking at it, Torek, this piece features in both sets of schematics.
Cool.
Okay, so we could let Quintilius get hold of this item without giving away the fake.
It would probably set back our own operations in constructing a god killer if we were going to do that.
Well, we could just potentially, if the worst comes to worst, if he got hold of it, it wouldn't be the worst thing. So we don't need to destroy it, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, it would be better if we can keep it hidden, keep it to ourselves, but if we do lose
Yeah.
it, it's not the end of the world.
It's not going to give away anything.
Needless to say, I don't want to keep that.
Because,
Someone else
I
can deal with
mean,
it.
the reason why I say this is because I can only imagine once we get out of this damned cave, we're probably going to have Wolfus waiting for us out there somewhere. Assuming the dragon hasn't killed everyone. And if we want to get away, we may need to do some bargaining. We could maybe hand over a few pieces in return for letting us go.
Mhm.
We could.
Or I could go to Quintilius alone and deliver the false.
Well, that would be a bit suspicious if Wolfus has reported back to him that we were with you.
Hmm.
He might question. I don't like the idea of you going anywhere by yourself, Torek. Quintilius will just find more use for you. There are still ruins to be explored, after all.
I love that because it's not I'm concerned for your safety, Torek. It's a case of we still need to get some use out of you.
The same Quintilius still has use of you, Torek.
There's got to be some juice
Therefore-
left in him.
We
Therefore-
could ditch this psychotic gnome, yeah.
I'd rather not risk him kidnapping you again and us having to chase you halfway around the world to rescue you. Okay. So
Mhm.
we'll hide the wandy thingy as well.
Well, I was just thinking if I went back to him, it would sway the thing in my favour if I bought him the Wandy thing.
But then he'll just kidnap you again.
Yeah, probably. But, he's going to be looking for us anyway. I was just thinking where I'm best used.
You'd rather be working with Quintilius?
Oric thinks on it. For longer than he should. It's not that I want it. It's just, this is a very convincing fake. And if I could steer him on the wrong track, maybe it could buy us more time than it would if I didn't. Oh my god, I've got it. Eureka Zavari. I've got the perfect idea. We're going back into the ash, and we're gonna stash the fake into the ruins. We're then gonna cover our tracks using prestidigitation on the ash, so we don't leave any traces.
Mhm.
We never got in there. We never found anything.
Okay.
And then Quintilius will send Wolfus into the ruins to find the plans for himself.
Exactly.
Could be convincing enough.
Well, it's worth a try.
Will Quintilius believe that we weren't able to get in there, though?
That is a good question. Well, it's down to these two options. I carry the schematic myself and have them pry it from my cold dead hands and then slow them down, or we put our faith in the fact that we couldn't access the Yeah.
Well, you also said that Quintilius is a powerful psychic. What's to stop him from reading your mind and discovering all the plans
I am
that
working
we've
on
come
that.
up with?
I am working on that.
I think it perhaps better if we try and find Wolfus out here somewhere and hand him plans, maybe. And that way we don't have to involve Quintilius at all. Wolfus can go back to Quintilius, report what he's found, and we go from there.
Seems like a pretty good idea, actually.
Assuming Wolfus is still around somewhere, hiding from the dragon, which we're also going to have to deal with.
Yeah. Does anyone have a way to locate Wolfus?
No.
He has a mask on, so I can locate object on his mask.
That could work. GM?
Sorry, you want to find Wolfus?
Well, specifically Wolfus's mask.
Well, it is currently on Wolfus's face. So trying to find the two of those.
Well, I can locate objects. It tells me the direction as long as it's within 1,000 feet.
So by this time, that mask is well outside 1,000
I
feet.
thought it was 1,000 miles.
No.
That's just how far Braxton's willing to walk to go and fetch it. No, it's beyond that range, I'm afraid.
Yeah, 1,000 feet. Right. Is there not one that does like something 1,000 miles? I'm sure there is.
I think
off
one
the
of
top of my
the
head.
spying spells like
Might be like teleportation circle or something like that.
what's it called? Scrying or some sort of spell like that. It's probably one of them.
Yeah, I would have to look it up, but it probably is. Well, yeah, sorry, that is going to put a scupper in that plan. He is further than 1,000 feet away from you.
Would it be possible to put a pause to this and figure it out next time?
Yeah, if
'Cause my brain
would
has
be
stopped
conducive.
working entirely.
Alrighty, cool. Well, we'll wrap it up. So you guys put everything away and kind of think you'll discuss it with Havel, maybe get another opinion. So you take the elevator back up to the surface and kind of tentatively approach the first door, now cut off its hinges. And the first thing you notice is the weather seems to have cleared quite significantly. It's still snowing, but only a very, very faint downfall of quite light flakes. The wind seems to have died down as well, actually. There's no sign of the dragon or any of the party that Torek initially arrived with. So as you guys walk out, Triss, you find your eyes almost involuntarily being pulled northwards. And in the distance, you can see what appears to be a large mountain range. Quite a way off, probably in the dozens of miles, but you can just see the peaks of them. However, as you stare, you see what appears to be a slight glint appear in the sky above them. A large rift appears, green in nature, out of which a dazzling spear of light descends and makes impact somewhere on one of these mountain tops. There's a blinding flash, so much so that you kind of involuntarily close your eyes, kind of put your hand up to kind of cover them from the dazzle. Or even with your eyes closed, you can see the bones in your hand. After a while, you kind of open your eyes. You see no mountain range. You see a crater, and you get a distinct impression that your patron is very happy. And that's where we're going to end it tonight. So, well done, guys.
Just tested the device.
Took a bit of a unexpected detour there for me, but kept me on my toes.